When we open the book we find that the words conveying the idea of universality of Zoroastrian religion have been omitted from this quotation by the writer. The actual words there are as under, the end quote. Creator Hormuzd sent this religion for its declaration not only in the country of Iran, but in the whole world, among all races, and has put it for progress in the whole world, spiritually on account of its excellent philosophy and good thoughts and truthful words, and materially on account of right actions. End quote. This passage when read in the original Pahlavi does not at all owe any idea of proselytism, but as in the Avesta passages already noticed, this Pahlavi passage of the Dinkard only preaches the universal character of Zoroastrian religion, as the one whole and complete law of nature, as taught by Zoroaster and meant for the progress of all the souls on the earth on account of its inherent characteristic of affecting all mankind when properly observed by its own adherents, however few they may be in number. Sometimes the writer seems not to have consulted the original Pahlavi at all, but simply to have taken his quotations from vague English translations which are not proper and accurate renderings of the original text. As for instance, the writer gives on page 198, a quotation from Pahlavi Dinkard Vol 9 page 579 thus. The great Sasanian monarch, Shapur II, zealously worked for the restoration and promulgation of the faith among the unbelievers with the aid of his illustrious Dastur Darbad. End quote. This does not at all refer to the conversion of aliens. The passage when read in the original Pahlavi with its whole context refers to the regeneration of Zoroastrian writings by the Sasanian kings after the burning of all the books by Alexander, making the ignorant steadfast in faith. No proselytism. 67 And Dastur Darbad, a greatly advanced soul of the time, by his miracles and explanations from the collections made by him of the scattered Nasks, tried to save Persia from becoming Christian at the time, and the Adinan end quote, or irreligious Iranians were thus again reinstated in their faith. There is no idea of the aliens being converted to Zoroastrian religion at a time when the Mazdayasnians themselves had become irreligious or lived without religion on account of the scattered condition of Avesta writings and of the consequent sad fate of the Zoroastrian teachings. The Pahlavi word end quote, Adinan end quote, is wrongly read in the translation as end quote, non-Zoroastrians or aliens end quote, which cannot be called a correct rendering of the word Adinan end quote, i.e. people who had deviated from the right path, who had left off religious beliefs and observances. This idea of Adarbad explaining the religion to his co-religionists is corroborated in the next passage in the same Dinkard, which runs thus, end quote. Again Khusro has given this order about the priests gifted with divine wisdom, that the clever men who explain the truth of the Mazda worshipping faith should try rough their good judgment and foresight, encourage the ignorant by teaching them the faith and make them as steadfast as possible in their faith. End quote. Here in the whole chapter of the Dinkard there is only reference to the resuscitation of Zoroastrian scriptures and restoration of the faith among the co-religionists who had turned heterodox owing to foreign influences, and whenever there is reference to teaching the Zoroastrian principles to the whole world, the idea implied in such references is that of the universal character of Zoroastrian religion. This is to be found in the same book of Dinkard a little further, thus, men end quote. Again, for this reason all regard the Mazda worshipping faith of divine wisdom as meant for virginal existence. End quote. This signifies the inherent character of the Zoroastrian faith, helping away the evolution of the entire universe, but not a single idea in the Dinkard advocates conversion. The writer not 68 discussion of religion not same as proselytism. Being satisfied with joining together vague English sentences under the wrong heading end quote, the Pahlavi works on proselytism goes so far as to say on the same page 198, that end quote, the Dinkard sanctions even the use of force for the conversion of the aliens. End quote. This is, to say the least, defamation of the Zoroastrian religion. The writer quotes it from SBE volume 37 pages 88 to 89. When we open SBE we find the following words therein end quote, about an altercation of the commander of that, troops with foreigners before a battle, altercation also through an envoy, and calling them into subjection to the King of Kings and the religion of the sacred beings. End quote. When the 8th book of the Pahlavi Dinkard is opened, we find that the quotation is not meant to convey any idea of proselytism at all. The means word English altercation in contention in words and the Pahlavi word in the text is meaning argument, the Patkarishan debate or Pahlavi Passage runs thus: Madam Patkarishnai sepasardar valan Aaron Pishmin Karizer Pavanak Pitambar Kari Tantshan Val Makan Malka Bandija Va Dinayas Dan Patkarishnai. About the discussion of the commander-in-chief over a non-Iranian before the battle, even by means of a so-called messenger, so that they might be brought under subjection to the King of Kings, and in the matter of the discussion of the law of sacred beings. If the spirit of the original Pahlavi is properly entered into, it is seen that there is no force for conversion advocated. The passage is only a heading of the subjects contained in an ask, and the whole 8th book of the Dinkard enumerates similar headings merely without having any main body of the subject under them. Hence it is only a far-fetched attempt of the writer to show by any means, even where it is absurd to do so, that Zoroastrianism enjoins proselytism as it is preached today. Zoroastrianism very well explains the law of wrong historical reference to proselytizing movement. 69 gradations or stages of progress of all souls, and it is therefore simply unwise to say that Zoroastrianism enjoins the employment of force to convert all people without distinction of race. Zoroastrianism is the exposition of the entire law of moral order of the universe, and it is quite impossible for all people in whatever stage of evolution to follow this law at once. Thus, when the universal character of Zoroastrianism is accepted, which is evident from both Avesta and Pahlavi, the idea of conversion or proselytism as preached by the writer proves to be absurd on the very face of it, and the futile character of the attempt of the writer to prove advocacy of proselytism is at once easily made known to the reader. Thirdly, that the historical reference about proselytism is open to doubt in more than one way, and if at all true, such instances of conversion cannot be regarded as authoritative and therefore as allowed by the Zoroastrian scriptures. In the same chap XXIII on p. 199 it is stated, Eliseus informs us that this proselytizing movement on the part of the Magi of Sasanian times was not confined to Armenia alone, but it extended further to Georgia, Albania, and various other countries. The word see Magi is a misnomer, and European writers seem not to have clearly understood what the term Magi implied. We shall see the meaning later on in its proper place. Now in the Sasanian times, if such preaching of proselytism was at all carried on, it was not because of its advocacy in the original Zoroastrian scriptures, but because there lived some wiseacres who believed that proselytism advocated in the Zoroastrian religion, just as we have amongst us today learned wiseacres who advocate wholesale proselytism without distinction of race, creed, character, or life leading. The condition of Zoroastrian religion and scriptures was no better in the Sasanian times than it is now, and we should not have been in a position to possess even the fragments of Avesta and Pahlavi writings had not saintly priests like Adarbad and Ardavaraf and others taken pains to make 370 political influence not same as proselytism. A collection of all the writings so far as they could. Similar historical reference is given on page 186 under the heading Zoroastrianism spreads its influence abroad. The Magi had established themselves during the Parthian period in large numbers in Eastern Asia Minor, Galatia, Phrygia, Lydia, and even in Egypt. These colonies of the Zoroastrian priests became an active source of the diffusion of the Zoroastrian beliefs, and on page 188. The appearance of the Zoroastrian angels, Adar Manghatishtraya, Mithra, Varethrakna, Vata, and others on the coins oft-helmed Scythian kings from the time of Kanishka, in the 2nd century, proves the strong Zoroastrian influence outside Iran. This is no logical argument in order to prove that Zoroastrianism allowed proselytism or that it required conversion. Both the above paragraphs simply point out the political influence of Iran over a very vast area outside Iran, there being Iranian satraps or governors in all the provinces such as Lydia, Phrygia, Cappadocia etc., and it is quite possible that on account of the political sway over these provinces the coins may have some traits of Iranian beliefs. But this cannot be called in any sense advocacy of proselytism by the religion. If the British Emperor who rules over India and other countries orders that his coins current in those countries should possess the symbol of the cross or some such other Christian mark, it will be unwise to infer therefrom that Christianity is being preached in those countries and that the people of those countries are becoming converts to Christianity. Since the fundamental idea of the writer of Zoroastrian theology is to prove that Zoroastrianism requires proselytism, he has brought in this subject unnecessarily every now and then in the various parts of his book, and has devoted some special chapters besides, to the treatment of the same subject in the beginning, in the middle and in the end of the book. Have already seen chap XXIII in the middle of the book, and we shall now refer to chap in the first part of the book. But before doing this, let us dismiss some stray points occurring on pages 67, 68, on page 67 chap 9 under the heading * the races that not at all implied by political union. 71 formed the Zoroastrian fold. The writer's vain attempt is again to be noticed in the following words. The Bactrians, the Medes, and the Persians successively rose to political independence in ancient Iran. The Bactrians of the northeast, the Medians of the northwest, and the Persians of the southwest, were politically welded into one Persian nation, under the Achaemenian Empire, and religiously they were from early times knit into one community by the creed of Zoroaster. This process of blending these different peoples into one homogeneous nation was completed by the time of the conquest of Persia by Alexander the Great. Here the heading is objectionable when read with reference to the paragraph. The wrong word use of the quite is races and misleading. The writer says in the paragraph that all the peoples of these different provinces were Zoroastrian from early times, i.e. since the advent of Zoroaster. The writer also admits that under the Achaemenian rule there was brought about a political union. And yet in spite of these two facts he puts the word races under the heading, and besides attempts to mislead the reader by the words blending these different peoples into one homogeneous nation as if they were people of different creeds or religions and as if they were obliged to adopt the Zoroastrian belief, abandoning their own several forms of religion. In fact, this paragraph is not at all required in the chap 9 in which he gives an idea of the Avestan people, and it is quite irrelevant, besides being full of self-contradiction of the ideas of the writer himself. But the artifice of this vague style is the writer's peculiarity throughout the book in order anyhow to mislead his reader into a belief that Zoroastrianism allowed proselytism and that the practice of proselytizing had been in vogue after the advent of Zoroaster. In the same quaint style quite an erroneous view is he pressed by the writer with reference to the Magi. Says on page 68. Religious influence radiated from this ecclesiastical center, and the Magian neighbors were possibly the first to imbibe the new idea. 72 The Magi nol bos lates but original Zocostaeans. And gradually to spread them among the Medes and later among the Persians. The Magi were the priests of the Medes, they now became the priests of the Persians. From this the writer wants to convey that the Magi were converts to Zoroastrianism and that they had become Zoroastrians at a later time, whereas we have got evidences to show that the word Magi refers to the best and most advanced class of Zoroastrian priests even mentioned in the Gathas and the Yendidad. Foreign writers like Herodotus have not at all understood the term Magi and on the authority of such foreign writers the writer of Zoroastrian theology wants to show that Zoroastrianism spreads by degrees from Persia into Media among peoples who were first non-Zoroastrians. In the first place, if the reader's attention is drawn to the paragraph quoted from page 67 of the book, one is at a loss to make out the idea of the writer from these self-contradictory statements. Shall enlarge upon the subject re the Magi in its proper head, but we must here bear in mind that the Magi were not converts to Zoroastrianism but had been Zoroastrians since the time of Zoroaster, and we find evidences to that effect in the Gathas which will be quoted later on. Here we shall rest content with noting how the writer brings in the main point of proselytism in any part of his book he likes. He distinguishes the Medes and the Persians as two peoples with two different religions, although on page 67 he himself admits that the Medes were also Zoroastrians from an early date, and thus the writer's own admission at once suggests that Media and Persia proper were distinguished only from the logical fundamental division of locality or region and not of religion. The words Magi became the priests of the Persians savor of the idea of a later proselytism of the Magi who as it were must have belonged to the Median religion, if there were any such religion existing at that time. Leaving aside the subject of the Magi for the present, we shall now devote our attention to chap which exclusively treats of promulgation of the faith of Zarathustra as the no P Hospklitsum et al. In Winkelbab 340, 4 liters. 3 heading stands, and therefore necessarily treats of the proselytism work. Here also we find arguments put forward by the writer pro-proselytism which have no ground at all as we shall see. On page 72 in the very first paragraph of this chapter under the heading The Avestan Works extol Zoroastrianism as the excellent religion, the writer forms a beat of sentences incorrectly translated and without having consulted the original Avesta passages quoted by him. By the by, it seems that the writer has composed the whole of his book from various books of vague English translations and other books of European writers and not from the original Avesta and Pahlavi texts. As for instance he quotes from Vend, 340, 41. The expiable sins committed by a non-believer are totally absolved if he embraces the faith of Zarathustra, and promises not to sin again. When we open the Vendidad we find no passage of such import occurring therein. There is to be seen a reference not to the subject of proselytism as the writer attempts to convey, but to a subject of burying corpses under the ground. If the whole context is read with attention in Vend. Il 38, 39 we find a question put to Hornazd about the punishment of one who inters a dead dog or a dead man, and in reply to it Hormazd answers that the person committing such sin is damned for good. Then in Vend. Il 40 a further inquiry is made with the Avesta words Kava what way Eva, /e, in to which the reply is given in the same section thus whether that person, who commits the sin of such burial, is an adherent and follower of the Mazdayasnian law, or whether he is not an adherent nor follower of the Mazdayasnian law, such a person must be instructed after the committal of the sinful act from those adherents of the Mazdayasnian law who do not commit such a sin. Then in section 41, we find words about the efficacy of the Zarathustrian law as under 1074 universality of Zoroastrian law in Srashyasht the Mazdayasnian law removes the shackles of sin from its adherents, removes fraud, destroys black magic, cancels the destruction of the Holy Oneage, gets rid of the burial of dead matter, cancels all damning sins 9 and removes all sinful acts. Hence we see that the writer has quite wrongly quoted Vendidad 3, 40, 41 as passages advocating proselytism and suggesting salvation to a convert to Zoroastrianism, whereas there is no such reference either direct or indirect in the said Vendidad sections. This is one of the crooked means employed by the writer to prove the advocacy of conversion from Zoroastrian scriptures. Thus on same p. 72 he puts in another wrong idea viz. The excellent faith is the veritable giver of good to all. This J is quoted from Yasht 11, 3 i.e. 9 Srash Yasht Hadakt. In the first place, if the original Avesta passage is properly translated, we find the following words therein Mez the Daochnian and Zoroastrian law is the law of truth in all things good and in all things of holy origin. Here we see that the words unto il all rendered by the writer are not to be found in the original. The writer seems to convey that the Zoroastrian law is meant for all people of the world without any distinction of race, as evinced from his queer rendering of the passage in the Zoroastrianism, whereas the words plainly imply the universal character of Zoroastrian religion, as we have already explained on pages 57 to 59, the Zoroastrian law being one and the same with or coincident with the entire law of the moral order of the universe. And this universality, as we have explained, is also corroborated by the writer himself on the same p. 72. Thus is, it further said that the great sea Varakasha is greater than other waters, or as a mighty stream flows more swiftly than the rivulets, or as a huge tree conceals under its shadow plants and shrubs, or as the high heavens encompass the earth, even so is the religion of Zarathustra superior in greatness, goodness, and fairness to others. Proselytism nowhere in the Avesta. 75. This is a passage quoted from the Ven 3, 22 to 25, and it is quoted by us on the pages 57 to 58 with reference to the universal greatness of the Zoroastrian law, but it can never be inferred from this passage that peoples of other religions must be compelled to follow the Zoroastrian law, since according to Vendidad it is universally great and covering all other religions of the world. In the same way he quotes from Yash 13, 91, 92 IEJ from Fravardan Yash a passage showing that Zarathustra's religion is spoken of as the most excellent one among have all that been. This is again an incorrect rendering of the word hate inum. Hate inum does not signify that have all is been. It the same word as the Gathic hatam quoted by us from Gatha 44, 10 on page 60. The word hate inum like hatem signifies all laws leading towards the evolution of the soul, and therefore, Donafio yat hate inum 7 Vahishtiao quoted from the Fravardan Yash support the universal character of greatness of Zoroastrian law as explained by us from Wegatha 44:10. See therefore from the first paragraph of X chap of the book that the writer attempts to mislead his reader into an erroneous conclusion from the chain of various incongruous and incorrectly translated sentences from the scriptures, that Zoroastrianism not only allows proselytism but recommends it. But a reference to the original texts for those very sentences from the scriptures, reveals the fact that not a single passage quoted by the writer savors of conversion or proselytism, and that the passages are put in without looking into the original and are taken only from the vague translations thereof, or that the passages which have the sense of the universality or universal superiority are thrust in order to make the reader draw wrong conclusions pro-proselytism. Abe have frequently drawn th's attention of the reader to the deliberately strange style in which the book is written. Superficially, any lay reader would be prone to believe that what the writer has said in the body of his pages with figures for reference marked over it, must be found in the original scriptures referred to in 76 No Proselytizmic Vakna 8, 70 Hashbam. The footnotes. Thus this book will be a dangerous of book reference in any lawsuit repoints of Zoroastrianism, for the outward smartness of quotations and references is sure to prejudice the judge if he is ignorant of the original Avesta and Pahlavi scriptures, and if the counsel on either side cannot consult, or avoids consulting, the original texts for every important and necessary fact of issue. Then again in the same chap on pages 74 to 75 the writer continues his attempt to show advocacy of proselytism very directly from the Avesta scriptures. Under the heading The Religious Propaganda a passage is quoted from Yana 8, 7, which forms the prayer of Hashbam. Thus the authors of the sacred texts of the younger Avestan period depict Zarathustra as saying that he will exhort the people of the house and clan, town, and country to embrace the Mazdayasna religion and teach them to practice it faithfully in their thoughts, their words and their deeds. This, again, is a wrong rendering of the original Avesta passage which preaches the universal application of the Zoroastrian religion which inculcates the law of nature. The Avesta text is as under Hakshya Azemchit Yo Zarathustra Fertemdmshat, Vizdmshat, Zantundmshat, Daki Undmshat, Ingdude Nado Animatayicha, Anukti Icha, Anvershti Icha Yd Durish Zarathustrish, Yatha, No Aungmshto Mandu, Vahisto dianoit threvadish tanvo, hento vahishto angstgataskoit Ahura Mazda jasant. The correct English rendering of the above is as under and quote, I who am verily Zarathustra shall make the advanced men of house, dan, town, and country, follow the thought, word, and deed of this law which belongs to Zarathustra of Ahura, in order that ours may be rejoicing minds, best souls, glorious teen ments, and that we may approach Ahura Mazda with the consciousness of the best existence. 20 Zoroastrianism meant for advanced souls. 77 Here we notice that the writer puts in a wrong idea by the word avesta word people for the fritmam meaning the advanced souls or those who are foremost in spirituality. The prophet according to the original text does not profess to exhort all the people of the world en masse, but only the advanced souls, or those who have reached a certain stage of spiritual progress in order to enable themselves to serve the entire law of moral order of the universe. The writer therefore willfully commits a blunder by the use of the word in term people for the significant fritmam. The second place he quotes only half of the same whole idea. The latter half points out the elect of following the Zarathustrian law on the fritmam or advanced souls which is approaching Hormuzd with all their spiritual powers unfolded. Hence the second half of this passage hints at the reaching of the final goal of the soul by means of the practice of Zarathustrian law which cannot be observed by all the people in whatever stage of evolution. Thus instead of preaching proselytism of all the people of the world into the Zoroastrian religion, this passage points out that the Zoroastrian law is the universal law of nature, because it is meant only for the advanced souls that are standing near the goal of spiritual progress, and because it is the law which helps such souls to unfold their spiritual powers and to reach their destination with a full consciousness of these spiritual powers. This passage points out the latent idea of the innovation of the soul which every human being on this earth is destined to achieve, but which cannot be carried out at once by all human beings of various mental and spiritual stages of development. Hence this passage further teaches that the Zoroastrian law, although a universal and final law for all human beings at the proper time, is not meant for all people at any time of their being on earth, but is fit for only the advanced souls that are standing on the culminating point of spiritual progress of approaching Hormuzd. Hence the same Avesta passage continues further 78 different religions for differently progressing souls. Asha Vahishta, Ashasrishta, Darist Machlide, Peri Thwd Jamidma, Giamemthivd Hakama. By law the best of Asha, by means of the most excellent law of the moral order shall I see thee, shall we come towards thee, shall we be thy friends. This is the summum bonum desired by the advanced souls who are able to follow the entire law of Asha throughout their life. It appears therefore that the different religions are necessary for different souls in various stages of their spiritual and mental and moral development, and the Avesta passage under reference points out that the Zoroastrian religion, although universal, can only be followed by the fritmam or souls that have already reached the foremost stage of spiritual human progress. It is therefore very absurd to say with the help of this Avesta passage as the writer does that Zoroastrianism encourages a sort of conversion of people to add to the number of its adherents. This spiritual fitness of a soul for professing Zoroastrianism or any other religion of the world can be adjudged only by nature that is omniscient, and hence since the birth of a soul in a certain community is guided by the inexplicable forces of nature, as imperfectly developed human beings we have no right to say that a person born in any one form of religion must be asked to adopt any other form of religion or even the Zoroastrian religion. This will imply defiance of nature, for while advocating conversion we challenge the providence of nature in giving birth to a soul into a certain form of religious observance. If we admit that in nature there is no coincidence and no chance nor accident occurrence, if we believe that the one law of Asha or law of moral order divine pervades the entire universe and works throughout every inch of the space of the universe also, we must acknowledge the invisible guidance or providence of nature in giving birth to different souls under different religions, and under different social, political and other environments. The law of Asha teaches that nature's decrees always underlie strictest justice and equality, and that therefore it is very imprudent to advocate conversion which no P.O.'s in Yagna xlii 6. 79 contradicts nature's justice in sending a soul to a certain stage of religious profession. If the writer of the book had even the faintest idea of the inner working of nature in all the activities of the universe, if the writer really believed in the existence of angels and archangels working under divine providence in nature, he would not have so irresponsibly advocated conversion and would never have preached proselytism by means of a willful twisting of the meanings of various Avesta and Pahlavi texts as he has done so often in his book of Zoroastrian theology. There are innumerable instances of such a trifling with the Avesta passages by the writer in order anyhow to make his reader deduce an inference pro-proselytism. On the same p74 the writer misrepresents the original idea of the priests doing their duty by exhortations to the co-religionists as that of preaching conversion to the aliens. He says, Ut4IESE Zoroastrian missionaries traveled to distant lands for the purpose of promulgating the religion, and their homeward return from their sacred missions is celebrated by the faithful. End quote. This is quite a wrong idea quoted from YAC.NAXLII 6. A chapter also of the Yagna Haftain Haiti. The original Avesta for this is end quote, a Thorlindmst Patiasten Thram Yazamade, Yoayedenderd end quote, Ashoishodaki und Mai. We end quote, attune ourselves with the great knowledge of the priests who come from afar desiring the holiness of countries. End quote. There is no idea in this passage of Zoroastrian missionaries going to preach their religion to the aliens with the object of proselytizing, but there is simple idea of the Zoroastrian priests doing their duty of preaching the tenets of the religion to the co-religionists residing in far-off places so that the devoted followers may follow the Ashoi principles intelligently with no ledge added to faith. The duty of Zoroastrian priests to exhort the co-religionists is one of their chief requisite duties. Priest is depicted in the Avesta as an ideal man, and therefore the religious knowledge possessed by a priest is the ideal no proselytism in Ben and Haumayashts, ledge which is yearned for in the text quoted above. It reflects lack of scholarship on the part of the writer of Zoroastrian theology to twist even plain and clear ideas in order to raise as if by magic charm the sense of proselytism from very self-evident Avesta passages. Zoroastrian priest must be well versed in the lore of the original teachings of Zarathustra, and he is depicted as always asking for the boon of religious erudition. As for instance on p74 the writer says, 11 The zealous priests invoke Kisti, the heavenly associate of Dana or religion to grant them a good memory and strength for their body. End quote. This is quoted from Dinyash 17, but the writer seems to make his reader infer from this quotation that the priests desired knowledge of religion in order to enable themselves to preach to aliens for conversion, whereas we now see that religious knowledge is one of the many qualifications of a Zoroastrian priest required in the Avesta, for without such knowledge he cannot perform his duty of giving advice to lay co-religionists in various matters of religious rites and observances. Especially in case of emergency questions on such matters. Then as if so much quibbling with the texts were not enough, the writer on same p74 quotes from Haumayasht Orya, Na 9, 24, a paragraph which has nothing to do with proselytism at all. The writer puts it thus. End quote, Kir Sani, a powerful ruler of a foreign land, we are informed, prevented the fire priests of Iran from visiting his country to preach the Zoroastrian doctrines. End quote. After quoting this the writer draws an unwarranted conclusion. In end quote, spite of all such obstacles thrown in their way, the Zoroastrian missionaries gradually succeeded in planting the banner of their national faith both near and afar. End quote, a conclusion without any support from the extant Avesta and Pahlavi scriptures, a conclusion which is deduced from wrong premises altogether and which is sent out merely from FFCLEST's preaching about spiritual progress. 81 The imagination of the writer of Zoroastrian theology. If the original Avesta text is read with attention. Haumo end quote, temchit yem kiras neme piakshathrm nishad hayo reos dakshit kro kadmaya, yo David anoit me apamd thruva I wishnish verid hi dang huvat shardv, ho vice verid handm vand, ni vice verid handm janat end quote. i.e. Hauma, the angel or the plant used in Zoroastrian rituals, put down from power the veritable idolater who grew inordinately desirous of power, who bawled out, "No longer priestly teacher shall enter into my regions for its propagation, for he will smite down all of increasing idolatry, and will crush down all progress of idolatry." Hauma is the giver of spiritual knowledge, and the entire Hauma Yasht inculcates the guidance spiritual given by the angel Hauma to those who follow and worship him. Hence in the above quoted paragraph the fight between spiritual progress and materialism is propounded in the allegorical form, Hauma being personification of spiritual progress, and Masani being rank materialism personified. Since the Zoroastrian priests always performed the Hauma ceremony in the higher rituals of Yagna and Vendidat according to the mandate of the prophet, they are the advocates of teaching about Hauma or spiritual progress as inculcated in the Zoroastrian religion, and they used to go to various places to preach to their co-religionists to leave to all materialistic tendencies and to devote their energies to the ideas of spiritual progress only. Just as it is said in the Hauma Yasht. Yathakuran si vahishto dresnichipthamaniterioli, when the sap of Hauma is diunk, he is the best guide and the foremost one of spiritual progress. And again in the same Yasht Aat Hoyo, Hauma hi madho asha hashado renjadi Hauma hi madho, Herbsmana, that which is the liquor of Hauma makes one follow the 1182 no P110 Selit 1 SM in Yakna Lxi Orlsxli. Law of Asha or divine moral order of the universe with beatitude, and it also makes one spiritually active. In the same way the paragraph under discussion represents the same idea of the furtherance of spiritual progress by Hauma only in the dialogue form or allegorical form of idolatry or world lines or materialism setting at defiance the authority of spiritual progress, but in the asterisk end, as we learn from the same paragraph, spiritual progress overcomes the authority of rank materialism, when the latter reaches an intolerable limit of its power. Thus it is mere speculation on the part of the writer of Zoroastrian theology to regard Masani as a king of foreign land without the name of that foreign land, and it is as wrong an idea to interpret from this paragraph that the Zoroastrian priests went out to preach to aliens for conversion as it was in the sentence from the Haftan Yasht or Yaknak just discussed above. This is only a far-stretched attempt of the writer of the book to prove the advocacy of proselytism from the Zoroastrian scriptures. We shall notice one more instance of such an attempt on the same p74, from which the reader will be able to see how the writer of the book persists in his vain attempts. He says from Yakna Lxi 1 that, devout followers of the faith wish eagerly to spread abroad between heaven and earth the Ahanavarya, or most sacred formula of the Iranian faith, together with the other holy prayers. From the above passage, which is half quoted, the writer of the book wants to make his reader infer that since the spread of prayers implies the spread of religion, proselytism is the inference from this passage. Now when the book of Yadalr Na is opened, we find in Halxi Orlzi where the above passage is to be seen the following Avesta words: Atinem Shavarim Frishyamahi and Tereka Zdm and Tereka Ismanam. Ashem Shavahishtam Freya Hidmahi and Tereka Zam and Tereka Ismanam. Yenhi Hmshaha Ferdayastam Frishyamahi and Tereka Zdm and Tereka Asman and M Dam Ekanarsha Shayono Damam Shavang and I'm 6 Fridim Frishyamahi and Tereka Zdm and Tereka Ismanam. Text and translation of Yakna Lxi or LXXI 11. 83. Hamistiaka Nisbarityklia Ongromaniash Matdaniano Dustmano Porimaharkalik Hamistiaka Nisbarityklia Kakharad Handmsha Kaharad Hanam Shalyamistiaka Nisbarityklia Kakharad Heheka Jakakarad Hidaskaji Amistiaka Nisbarityakjia Kayad Handmshahiad Hanamcha Hamistiaka Nisbarityaka Kayad Heheka Ikid Hyaska Hamistiaka Nisbarityaka Tadan Shahazasmsha Hamistiaka Nisbarityaka Zethmshahid Tumatmsha Hamistiaka Nisbarityaka Mithrozidmsha Mithrodradajemsha Hamistiaka Nisbarityklia Ashava and Msha Ashava Tibishtmsha Hamistiaka Nisbarityklia Ashemagaheka Anna Ashayono Sasfraheka Hamistiaka Nisbarityaka Jaka Hika Hichitravat Marathvio Manangm, Arathvio Vachangm, Arathvio Shiothenanam, Spidama Zarathustra. We propagate the Ahunavar Bidavi and the earth and the sky. We spread the Hashem Vohu between the earth and the sky. We scatter abroad the Yenhi-Hatam between the earth and the sky. We wish to have the good and pious bliss of the pious Holy One between the earth and the sky. In order to oppose and thwart the Angra Mainyu with its evil procreation and full of the plague, in order to oppose and baffle the evil glorid man and evil orad woman, in order to withstand and avert the man and woman of evil magnetic influences, in order to stand against and remove evict men and wicked women, in order to oppose and expel the sinful man and evil man, in order to withstand and drive away the thieves and robbers, in order to baffle and thwart the heretics and black magicians, in order to oppose and eradicate the promise breakers and contract defrauders, in order to oppose and expel the destroyers and harassers of the holy ones, in order to oppose and remove the piety destroyers and unholy oppressors full of plague, in order, Spitama Zarathustra, to oppose and expel anyone, male and gemally wicked one, out of the improper thinkers, evil speakers, and I'm 9 proper doers. 84 Vibrationary efficacy of Yatha, Hashem, Yenhi-Hatam. When this whole passage is quoted in full and explained, it is easily seen that there is no idea of the propagation of the holy prayers among the aliens in order to advocate conversion. The 3 fundamental formula-like prayers, viz. Yatha Ahu Vario or Ahunavar, Hashem Vohu, and the Yenhi-Hatam of the Prophet, from which the entire Avesta scriptures have been formulated as 21 nasks, are in this passage remembered for their great vibrationary effects in removing and annihilating all the major evil forces in Natusfe. The officiating priest in the great Yazashni ceremony repeats these words of great vibratory effect, which from their very essence are meant for the removal of all the evil forces of the evil spirit or Angra Mainyu specified in the passage. Hence, instead of quoting the whole passage, the writer of Zoroastrian theology, simply with the deliberate intention of misleading downright the reader of his book, quotes only the first sentence, partially omitting all the in and quote order to enumerated in the same paragraph. The adoption of this method is highly objectionable and schematic, for the writer of the book has purely an intention of taking an undue advantage of the ignorance of the Parsi public re-original Avesta scriptures. No man of ordinary common sense, after reading the above passage through, can ever be inclined to say therefrom that Zoroaster preached proselytism in Yakna Lxi. 1. The book of Zoroastrian theology deserves very strong strictures on account of this improper and queer style employed by the writer. We shall now dismiss the discussion of this very obnoxious wee paragraph headed the religious propaganda on p. 74. Have seen that all the Avesta passages quoted therein for proving proselytism aid half-quoted, misquoted, misrepresented, and far-fetched, and that therefore the conclusion drawn by the writer about the Zoroastrian missionaries succeeding in planting the banner of Zoroastrian faith is quite illogical, groundless, and based on utterly wrong premises. No proselytism because no religion before Zoroaster. 85x in the same chap in the last paragraph headed spread of Zoroastrianism into remote the lands, writer attempts in vain to prove proselytism from the semi-historical references we quoted from the Avesta. Shall not dwell at length on this point, as it has been already touched by us on pages 54 to 56. The writer reiterates the same mistaken idea of the conversion of Phrygia, and then adds that the Avestan texts include more Turanian names in the canonical list of sainted persons. We have already pointed out on pages 55, 56 that there is no proper evidence from the scriptures to say in the first place that these sainted were persons Turanians, and even if it be admitted for sake of argument that they were Turanians, we must remember that Iran, Turan, Sistan etc. were simply divisians of country having no established form of religion before the advent of Zoroaster. The Poyariot Kaesha people of Turan and Sistan etc. had the same form of nature worship of the law of Poyariot Kaesha, or the law observed by the advanced souls, as the people of Iran observed, and all these advanced people of whatever country neighboring Iran proper at once embraced the Zoroastrian form of worship on the advent of Zoroaster, as did the people of Iran, and the adoption in this way of the Zoroastrian teachings can never be termed proselytism in the sense which the writer intends to convey to his reader. The mention of Zoroaster as a Turanian Zoroastrian does not at all prove the point of proselytism. The writer admits that Zoroaster was a saint, a far advanced soul having special spiritual powers, a Poyariot Kaesha, and it is but natural that all the Poyariatka or advanced souls should embrace the Zoroastrian religion, as there was no other form of religion existing at the time. But the most speculative point of the writer of Zoroastrian theology is to be seen on p. 75 with reference to Sina Humstuda. He says, the Fravardinyasht commemorates the Fravishoy of Sina, an illustrious convert to Zoroastrianism / 00 Sina Humstutan not convert but disciple. He gives reference to a Pahlavi book Ayajarizariran edited by Dr. Modi. When we open that Pahlavi book we find no mention of Sina as a convert. On the contrary, in the footnote on p. 124 of that book it is said that Sina was born 100 years after Zoroaster. On p. 125 it is further stated that just as King Vishtaspa had become a disciple of Zoroaster by a direct communion with Zoroaster, this Sina Humstuda had become a disciple through the agency of the disciples of Zoroaster. Seaston is, in the same book of Ayajarinzariran, said to be the place whence the restorers of the Zoroastrian law will be born, viz. Hashadar, Mag, and Sashios. Hence it is seen that the work of teaching the Zoroastrian religion done by Sina as a priest performing his duty, ought not to be confounded with conversion, and it is quite wrong to say therefore that Sina was an illustrious convert to Zoroastrianism. This is certain that in Zoroastrian prayers now extant, both Avesta and Pazend, no alien is remembered, and that in all Zoroastrian prayers only Zoroastrian souls that were far advanced in spirituality and who have done something to promote the Zoroastrian teachings are remembered, so that the Zoroastrian invoker may be encouraged to follow these ideal men, and hence in the Avesta Fravardinyasht as well as in the Pazend Afranirapath one is remembered the Sina, the great apostle of Zoroastrian religion. It must be always borne in mind that in the Avesta scriptures only the Poyariatka Esha, i.e. the far advanced souls who were either Mazdayagnians before the advent of Zoroaster or Mazdayagnian Zoroastrians after the teaching of Zoroaster are remembered, and that no other persons but of the Mazdaya and Amp, Lt. Nean Zoroastrian stock are mentioned throughout the scriptures. In the Pazend Afranirapathavan the way in which the Sina is mentioned gives a clue to the unbiased reader as to the position of Sina as an immediate disciple of Zoroaster. In the serial order of names mentioned in that Afran, the name of Zoroaster heads the list of names of Yishtaspa, Jamaspa, Frashostra, and after the name of Frashostra Sina Humstudo comes next, followed by the name of Aspandayar son of Vishtaspa. To all the Avesta students and zero missionary proselytizing into Zoroastria and Ism, it is quite plain that Vishtaspa, Janispa, Frashostra, and Aspandayar were the immediate disciples of Zoroaster, and Sina being placed just after Frashostra deserves the same high position. Then with the name of Sina Humstuda are joined all the Urvads or priests, disciples, the staunch religionists, the teachers of religion and other leaders of religion. Hence it is mere speculation on the part of the writer of Zoroastrian theology to dream that Sina was an alien converted to Zoroastrianism. If Sina were to be regarded as a convert to Zoroastrianism, then King Vishtaspa, Frashostra, Jamaspa, Aspandayar and many other persons mentioned in the Afran I Kapitwan must be regarded as aliens converted to Zoroastrianism. Thus, it is clearly seen how very futile arguments are adduced by the writer of the book, arguments that are thrown out as fumes from his own speculative intellect in order anyhow to prove that Zoroastrianism advocates proselytism. In this same chapter there are certain vague historical ideas given by the writer in his fruitless attempt to prove conversion. There are also self-contradictory statements in these historical references, which the writer of Zoroastrian theology himself can follow. As for instance on p. 73 he admits that the state never forced conversion in the following words, "The Ixmenia kings were certainly Mazdayagnians, presumably, they were Zoroastrians. But they were decidedly not glowing with the religious fervor of missionary zeal. They never demanded conversion to their own faith on the part of the conquered races." Now if Zoroastrianism inculcated the missionary spirit of propagation, these Achaemenian kings would have very easily produced so many converts to Zoroastrianism, but these kings seem to have well understood the universal tendency of Zoroastrianism as the fundamental law of the universe, and hence they did not deem it proper to force the heathens of their times who had their own nature worship to adopt the advanced tenets of Zoroastrianism, which could never have been put into practice by such backward heathen peoples. On p. 75 going on in his 00 no Chinaman converted to Zoroastrianism. Usual speculative way and speaking about the conversion of Armenia, Lydia, Cappadocia, which were in reality provinces under Iranian satraps or governors, the writer even goes so far as to say that India and China witnessed the spread of the Gospel of Iran, and in the footnote advises the reader to Zo Jackson C. Roaster pages 278 to 280 for references regarding the Zoroastrian propaganda in China. On opening Jackson's Zoroaster we read in Appendix 6 Chap 2 p. 278 the heading allusions to Zoroaster in the Chinese literature. On p. 279 we read Dr. Frederick W. Williams, of Yale University, New Haven, furthermore draws my attention to the existence of a number of references in Chinese literature to the religion of Zoroaster as Po Sz Kinkian, religion of Persia, or Po Sz. From both these pages it is gathered that Zoroastrianism had some effect on the Chinese religion, as it had a similar influence on the other great religions of the world. But after reading Jackson no one can come to a conclusion that Iran sent missionaries to China for a downright conversion of the Chinese people to Zoroastrianism. By giving such vague, meaningless and absurd references to a number of historical books, the writer of Zoroastrian theology means to dupe his reader into a belief that Zoroastrianism advocates proselytism, whereas if a shrewd reader opens all the books of references quoted by the writer, he finds with much surprise that the writer has employed a sort of artful method in order to befool his reader and to impress on him his own idol of the mind about proselytism in Zoroastrianism. This sort of trifling with the various books can no longer prevail with an enlightened reader and must not be allowed to pass honorably in this age of education. An average educated Parsi will never believe on credit what Dr. Dalla says empirically about Zoroastrian teachings. Such a writer should never be believed, and all his documentary references must be seen and verified to the entire satisfaction of the reader, for there is too much fire-off in his statements even from books cited as authorities. Book of Zoroastrian Theology meant for proselytism. 89x and the last paragraph of this same chap on p. 75 points out at once the predominant idea lurking in the mind of the writer, viz. the conversion or proselytism, which is the ulterior object of the entire book. He says, the proselytizing work on the part of the Zoroastrian ministers of faith was thus carried on with a considerable amount of success, though we are not in a position to form any idea regarding the number bears of the followers of the religion of Mazda at this period. An unwarranted wrong conclusion based on absurd, half-quoted, misrepresented premises of the Avesta scriptures. The two words proselytizing work are used with the sole object of impressing on the reader of the 20th century, the reader who is absolutely ignorant of the quality, quantity, meaning and matter of the original Zoroastrian scriptures, that the religion of Zoroaster wants the only thing for its prayers, namely conversion of people of whatever status and intellect and spiritual condition into Zoroastrianism. If, in the words of the writer of Zoroastrian theology, the proselytizing work was carried on with success in those times, why should it be objected to in the 20th century is an open question both for the writer and his reader. XXXIX we are thus led naturally to another chap headed proselytizing comes to be viewed with disfavor, in which the writer of Zoroastrian theology gives his own peculiar and untenable view about proselytism in the 20th century, and the objections to proselytism raised by the major portion of the community are dismissed summarily therein. Pages 323 to 325 invite our special attention with reference to the underlying aim of the book of Zoroastrian theology, viz. preaching of proselytism. In this chapter it is noticeable that the entire authority pro-proselytism is the Ithoder Raviot, which can never be regarded as an authority giving the mandates of ancient Zoroastrian teachings. What is wonderful there is the fact that the writer of Zoroastrian theology, who doubts even the composition of all the Gathas by Zoroaster, and who says that only a considerable portion, if not all, of the Gathas was composed by 1290. What rabbi it is, Ithoder, by Zoroaster, who regards all other Avesta scriptures as post-Zoroastrian, and composed by other poets and priests of later times, who asks us to throw all the Pahlavi writings to the dogs, who is determined only to prove proselytism from any other sources such as vague history or other writings of foreign origin, bases the whole of this chapter on the book called Ithoder Evait, the meaning of which is kept in the dark. The Rabbiat means Ithoder, title C and amp, lt, 78 customary opinions, and it is a book of catechism containing questions from Indian Zoroastrians after their migration into India, and replies to these questions by the Iranian Zoroastrians so late as the 18th century, a period when the original Avesta and Pahlavi writings had already been in a very miserable condition and reduced almost to nothing. It is a book containing questions and answers on various controversial matters of Zoroastrian usage and custom in ceremonies and social conditions, and the answers are mere opinions of the Iranian Zoroastrians of those sad times, who might have been a little less ignorant than their Indian co-religionists. Whenever the question of proselytism is touched by a writer in favor thereof, he leans on this Ithoder Evait as the main stoss of his argument pro-conversion, and Dr. Dalla is such a writer. In his usual style he puts the whole thing in such a garb as to make the reader realize the importance of this Ithoder Evait. The personal opinions of any one person expressed in the Ithoder Evait of the 18th century are not more binding on the Zoroastrians of the 20th century than the opinions of Dr. Dalla's speculative tendency expressed in the Zoroastrian theology of the 20th century will be on the Zoroastrians of the 22nd century. And yet the writer of Zoroastrian theology gives an undue importance to the Ithoder Evait solely because it preaches his favorite fundamental fume of proselytism. And now we shall see the argument advanced by the Zoroastrian theology from the Ithoder Evait. The argument may be divided into three main points. In the first place, it is stated from the Kabbah that no consecration of cakes made by aliens. 91. The Parsis of India who owned slaves for their work not only often had them admitted to the Mazdayasna faith in accordance with the tenets of the religion, but also, without any religious scruples, partook of food prepared by them, and even permitted them, at the season festival, to prepare the sacred cakes used for consecration and sacrificial purposes. A statement which is properly speaking entirely false, and defamatory of the Parsis of India of the time. At that time, the Parsis of India were so scrupulous in strict observance of magnetic purity that the priests would not partake of the food cooked by a layman co-religionist. The aliens, i.e. children born of alien parents, were not allowed to have a look at the Zoroastrian ceremonies, and the ceremony was considered to have been polluted if an alien happened to see it. Under such circumstances it is quite incredible that the Parsis of those times allowed the sacred cakes to be made by the aliens. The sacred cakes made even by a co-religionist layman cannot be consecrated by a priest, and it is a customary mandate of the Zoroastrian religion that the sacred cake can be consecrated by a priest only if it is made by one of the priestly class. Hence, from these facts, which are known traditionally to all the Parsis even of today, it is but clear that some Parsis pro-proselytism must have misrepresented the state of affairs to the Iranian co-religionists at that time, who, being ignorant of the Indian modes of life of the Parsis, take that misrepresentation to be a true fact and base their view in favor of deposition of the corpses of such alien converts in the towers of silence. It is quite an unwarranted statement that the Parsis permitted aliens to prepare the sacred cakes used for consecration, and the writer of Zoroastrian theology repeats this merely to derive pleasure and to support his view of proselytism. But the second point of argument from Evait goes against the view of the writer of Zoroastrian theology pro-proselytism, and this is the point of precaution in the following words. 41. The Iranian high priests, in replying to their inquiring brothers in India, advised them in the beginning to take precautionary measures. 92. First know and practice your religion yourselves in all such conversions, that no harm should thereby be done to the religion and to the community. who can guarantee the absence of an injury being done to the community and its interests social, domestic, moral, and religious and economic by an admixture of low-class Hindus such as street vagabonds, scavengers, sweepers, dirt gatherers and others. By such a precaution, the Iranians in a way implied that under the circumstances of the times it was not at all possible to get converts fit for Zoroastrian principles of holiness, since no advanced souls but persons of low caste and base origin would flock to the Zoroastrian fold. To a man of ordinary common sense this precaution is quite sufficient to make him view proselytism with disfavor under the peculiar and deplorable condition of the Zoroastrian scriptures, Zoroastrian religion, and of the Zoroastrian community in India proper knowledge of the principles of their own religion. If the Zoroastrians of India themselves were not in possession of a considerable amount of their own scriptures, if they themselves were not in a position to put into practice the principles of their religion, if they themselves were ignorant in a great proportion of their own scriptures, how could they presume and pretend to get aliens as converts to their religion, and to make these observe what they themselves could not? The third main point from the Kabbah runs thus: it is taught by the scriptures, they argued, that all mankind will be brought over to the religion of Mazda in the time of the future savior prophets. This is a common error of the Iranians of the 18th century as of the Indian Parsis of today, an error arising from the misunderstanding of the universal character of the Zoroastrian law. There are some texts in the Avesta, as we have already seen, which propound the universal nature of the Zoroastrian religion, that is to say, when the soul has advanced to a certain stage of spiritual development, it will have to follow the law of nature in its entirety, or in other words the law Zoroastrian lore, the law of gradations necessitates more than one religion. 93. The attainment of the spiritual goal. There are passages in the Avesta and Pahlavi writings which inculcate that at the time of Frashokareti or innovation of the soul, the entire universe will embrace the Zoroastrian law, which is the entire law of nature. But this is misrepresented by the proselytists in the sense of the propagation of the Zoroastrian religion among people of all classes and in whatever stage of spiritual degradation. If such were the interpretation of those texts teaching the universality of the Zoroastrian law of spiritual development, why should there be more than one religion and more than one prophet? If all the bringers of the great religions of the world assert that they have brought their word direct from God and that therefore theirs is the true religion, we have in this case to solve a dilemmatic problem. Either God must have told them different things, or the prophets must be liars giving out various diverse teachings to mankind. This problem can be solved only from the standpoint of there being various stages of spiritual progress of different prophets and their followers. The law is one but the eyes are many, and each of the great bringers of religion sees as much of the law as comes within the compass of his own spiritual vision. Lord Jesus Christ, Lord Muhammad, Lord Buddha, Lord Moses and others tried their best to explain the law in proportion to their own spiritual development and the capacity of their followers to observe the law explained to them. The prophet Zoroaster saw the entire law of the universe with his own spiritual insight, and inculcated the entire law for the most advanced souls in order to enable them to march successfully towards the spiritual goal. If the law of gradations be kept in mind while discussing religion, as in all other things the law of gradations or degrees, which is the fundamental law of evolution or progress, spiritual or material, we can have a clear idea of the grades or degrees of religions, of prophets, and necessarily therefore of different sects of people in the eye of nature. This law of gradations is not kept in view by the proselytism party, and they leap at once in the dark with the sole idea of bringing all the people of the world into Zoroastrian jam by means of the initiation ceremony of investiture. 94 Whitehab's reasons con proselytism. The opinions expressed in the Ithoder Rabbiyat, being the opinions of 2 or 3 men of Iran in the 18th century, cannot deserve credit and scriptural authority, and the writer of Zoroastrian theology bases a whole chapter on this Rabbiyat simply because it advocates proselytism, for otherwise the writer, who excludes all the other Avesta writings except some Gathas as post-Zoroastrian and therefore deserving of little credit, cannot be expected to have paid so much importance to a record of personal opinions of a man or two of the 18th century. In the same chapter the writer of Zoroastrian theology gives his own reasons why proselytizing comes to be viewed with opposition by the majority of the community. 1. The spirit of exclusiveness among the Parsis necessarily resulting from the fewness of their numbers in India. 2. The instinctive fear of absorption in the vast multitudes among whom they lived. 3. The influence of the surrounding atmosphere of the Hindu caste system. 4. The impracticability of keeping up the former proselytizing zeal owing to the precarious condition in which the Parsis lived. 5. The practice of an active religious propaganda falling into desuetude. 6. The fear that the community might be swamped by the undesirable alien element. 7. The division of the different sections of the community more on the social side of the question of proselytizing than on its religious side. 8. Keen sense of racial pride and consciousness of the past greatness resulting from the improved social and economic conditions. 9. The admixture of racial blood that the low class of the aliens introduced into the community, because a considerable portion of the community believed that such converts who sought admission came always from the lowest classes. 10. No willingness for conversion shown by the members of the upper classes of the non-Zoroastrian communities. 1. The probability of incurring the displeasure of the neighboring peoples in attempting their conversion. Exclusiveness implied by Ashoy, i.e. magnetic purity. 95:12. The very narrow compass of cases of conversion either of slaves brought up in Parsi families or of children, born to Parsi fathers of their non-Zoroastrian mistresses. These 12 reasons given by the writer of Zoroastrian theology have been enumerated by us from the same chapter XXXIX, and some sort of examination of these is necessary. The writer seems to attach no value to these reasons con proselytism, because according to his own personal belief the Zoroastrian religion advocates proselytism, and therefore the writer seems to think amiss of the sense of judgment and of the intellectual caliber of the present-day Parsi public major the portion of the community in his own words that is averse to the idea of conversion. In the first place the spirit of exclusiveness is the essential of Zoroastrianism from the point of view of Ashoy or holiness preached therein. The subtlest laws of magnetic purity which are at the base of Zoroastrianism necessarily imply aloofness from all other people who are unable to observe these laws. Hence when the Parsis first came to India and saw themselves encircled by vast masses of people of different religious beliefs and practices, they could not but have the spirit of exclusiveness in all their dealings with the aliens of India. This exclusiveness did not result from the influence of the Hindu caste system, for in Zoroastrianism itself there are taught the four main classes of people: Athornan, i.e., the priest; Radhashtar, i.e. the warrior; Vastriosh, i.e. the farmer; and Hudakshir, i.e. the artisan. According to the laws of magnetic purity, the first or the Athornan class kept itself aloof and separate from the other classes, those co-religionists. Naturally therefore all the classes of Zoroastrian people deemed it proper to keep themselves aloof from the alien people, whose number being legion compared with the number of the then Parsis of India. It was but natural that without this spirit of exclusiveness there was imminent danger of absorption into these vast numbers of alien people. The Parsis who first came to India left their dear home in Persia with their immovable and movable precious belongings only for the 96 extinction of Zoroastrian community by proselytism. Sake of the feeling for their religion, and it was this intense faith in Zoroastrianism that gave them the choice of forsaking their motherland rather than adopt Mahomedanism as they were pressed to do by the Mahomedans of Persia. The Parsis of the day very well understood the spirit of exclusiveness of themselves as Zoroastrians taught in their own religion, and hence it is quite natural that they continued to observe the same spirit of aloofness and intactness of their kind from the aliens of India. This spirit of exclusiveness made them dislike the idea of their conversion into Mahomedanism equally with the idea of their absorption into the aliens of India by the conversion of the latter into Zoroastrianism. The Parsis of the day, having this spirit of aloofness from other people well planted in their mind as an important mandate of their religion, feared therefore that their existence as a Zoroastrian community would be impossible if the community were swamped by the alien element, which was quite undesirable according to their religious beliefs and observances of the laws of holiness and rituals. They had come to India only to live and exist and die as true Zoroastrians, and thus a keen sense of their Iranian race pride and consciousness of their being descendants of the mighty Iranians of old who lived and died for their religion led the Parsis of the time never to dream of having converts from among the alien people of India. Besides, as it generally happens, only the lowest classes of aliens of India would have been willing to be false to their own religion and to adopt Zoroastrianism, and such an admixture of racial blood would have naturally resulted in the extinction of the Zoroastrian community and in the creation of a bastardly race of people which could not be named. There is the same danger staring at the question of proselytism even today. The members of the upper classes of non-Zoroastrian communities have never shown the least desire for conversion into Zoroastrianism. Nay, even the savants of the West, who have studied the extant Avesta and Pahlavi scriptures for a greater period of their lifetime, have never wished in public to be Zoroastrian converts. Even at present, when some wiseacres have opened the question of proselytism, only people of unknown Japkoslitism discountenanced in Yachna Ha 12. 9. Parentage, bastards, menial servants, street ramblers, and vagabonds of both sexes have shown their willingness to be Zoroastrians without any meaning. Up to now nearly all the stray cases of conversion in India have only been of such types of people, and it is simply disgraceful to the Parsi community to let such people enter their fold. Slaves brought up in Parsi family and then regarded as Zoroastrian by the mere investiture of Sudra and Kusti will do no more good in the matter of the upliftment of the community than the illegitimate children born of Parsi fathers and alien mistresses by the same sort of so-called conversion. It is a very great sin for a Parsi to keep an alien or even a co-religionist mistress, the sin of Ahura Mazda or illegal intercourse and mingling of seeds. A Parsi must have married a co-religionist wife, and the legitimate children born of such originally Zoroastrian parents are regarded as Mazdayasnians till the age of 7, at or after which these children have a right to investiture of Sudra and Kusti, and they are thereafter regarded as Zoroastrian Mazdayasnians. Hence it is that in the confession of faith formula, Yagna 12, the child confesses to be a Mazdayasnian, Mazdayasno mie. I am a Mazdayasnian, i.e. born of Parsi Zoroastrian parents, born of the seeds of Zoroastrian origin, and then promises to be a Zoroastrian Mazdayasnian, Mazdayasno Zarathustrish Fravarana Studhaska Fravaretiska i.e. I confess to be a staunch believer and follower as a Zoroastrian Mazdayasnian, i.e. having been born a Mazdayasnian and having been made a Zoroastrian by the investiture ceremony. The modern advocates or proselytism, and especially the writer of Zoroastrian theology, whose main point in his book is the advocacy of proselytism, seem to be void of common sense and logical reasoning. It becomes a very serious question how Zoroastrianism, which teaches clearly in the ancient sacred formula that only a child born of Zoroastrian parents can confess on its investiture to be a Zoroastrian follower of Mazda, can be in favor of proselytism of aliens or of children born of any one alien parent. Zoroastrianism has never encouraged directly or indirectly that which is stamped downright as a sin in its scriptures, and the sin of Avarun 1398 neither Avesta nor Pahlav 1 Propkoslitism. Mazdayasna or illegal intercourse with kept mistresses, whether alien or not, can never be supposed to have been encouraged by a permit to allow the illegitimate children of such to be invested with Sudra and Kusta to be legitimately regarded as Zoroastrians. There must be a preventive remedy for such immorality if it is current among some black sheep of the community, and if no prevention is possible, the curative remedy is not a conversion of the issue of such illegitimate intercourse, but rather an excommunication of all the father, the mistress, and the issue downright. Instead of taking preventive or punitive measures against the immoral tendency of some few of the community, some so-called educated men of the present day, including the writer of Zoroastrian theology, suggest and preach abroad the direct encouragement of immorality by advising and advocating a conversion of illegitimate children and kept mistresses, and that too in the name of Zoroastrian scriptures, and this humbugging must not be passed unnoticed now by the major portion of the community. We have already seen that there is not a single Avesta or Pahlavi text pro-proselytism, and that the fruitless attempts of the writer of Zoroastrian theology to dupe the reader into a belief of conversion have been unveiled above to the satisfaction of every reader of ordinary common sense. Hence in the above 12 reasons, NOS 4 and 5 are thrust in by the writer of Zoroastrian theology, simply basing them on an unwarranted hypothesis. The phrases former proselytizing zeal and active religious propaganda seem now to us mere dreamy innovations of the writer of the book, for as we have already seen, where there is no countenance shown in the scriptures to the conversion tendency, there can be no impracticability, nor desuetude of proselytizing zeal, the J and amp, GT, or of religious propaganda at the time of the landing of the Parsis we into India / have included nearly all the reasons given by we the writer in this our examination. Must draw the attention of the writer of Zoroastrian theology that the major portion of the community are deadly against the advocacy of conversion more from a religious point of view than from a Mazdayasna, according to Pahlavi Dinkabd 99 Social 1, and hence the reason number 7 is very misguiding, for it seems to imply wrongly that the people accept proselytism from a religious point of view and oppose it only so far as all we the social questions are concerned. Must say that although the major portion of the community are ignorant of the original Avesta and Pahlavi scriptures and of the study of these, still they are traditionally taught to believe, as in many other traditional teachings of religion, that proselytism such as that preached by the modern advocates thereof, and especially by the writer of Zoroastrian theology, is a great sin according to the mandates of Zoroastrianism, as this advocacy has at its bottom a mantling cloak for making invisible the illegitimate intercourse of a handful of Parsi youths with alien mistresses. The writer of Zoroastrian theology must bear in mind that no mandate of abrupt conversion of aliens or people of other religious beliefs has been preached in the Zoroastrian scriptures now extant, nor any methods or ceremonies for undergoing such conversion have been taught therein, and handed down to us. After this brief examination of the reasons assigned by the writer of Zoroastrian theology why the majority of the present-day community are dead against the idea of proselytism, it will not be out of place to give here some 2 or 3 references from the Pahlavi Dinkard con proselytism. The Dinkard says that one can be termed Mazdayasnian only from the concatenation of the parental seed of Mazdayasnians. The Pahlavi passage runs thus: Fanmanit chi gun hush morishni din I Mazdayak bavan zak edun zak ik mdi din imjda and amp, gt a, and amp, lt, I, bain din iujdayak karatunt. Chamikchi gun kolada e pavanak dam I tolchmak I benet e junak din berdra pavanya dranashni din hush morishni din I Mazdayak karatunt chamik. I.e. You must know one who is of Mazdayasnian religion is said to be of the Mazdayasnian religion by virtue of one's continuing the thought of the Mazdayasnian religion. This means that just as every species is known by its name on account of the seed within it, in 100 Pahlavi Dinkard on sterility exalting FBOM conversion. The same way a religious person is said to belong to religion on account of his leading himself by the thought of the religion. The Mazdayasnian original connected this teaching of the Dinkard Book 6 helps us to understand the idea explained above in the Confession of Faith formula, Yakna Ha 12. The question why aliens cannot be invested with the sacred shirt and girdle, and why only the children of Parsi parents can be allowed to undergo initiation ceremony, is solved by both the Pahlavi Dinkard teaching and by the Avesta Confession of Faith. There is no separate form of confession given for the investiture of an alien with Sudra and Kushti, and the absence of such a confession proves absence of the idea of proselytism from the Zoroastrian scriptures, for the Yakna 12 Confession of Faith is not at all appropriate for an alien undergoing conversion, inasmuch as he has to regard himself as the descendant by seed of Mazdayasnian parents, and such declaration is quite false in his case, and false declarations are not allowed by Zoroastrianism. Then there is a direct reference in the second book of the Pahlavi Dinkard about sterility resulting from the meeting of seeds of different human species. The passage in Pahlavi reads as under Gigdan zak I men suzid I tag tijik va shatroik zarhtind I detached k yevunt chi gun tijik va I d patdik chi gun shatroik, va it chaham deed ki durist chi gun asta I min asp va kameld val hitch option la humdnak va tokamak potash pask tinahat ra patvond pish id rayani et va hani sild min abish natronation igar end quote, i.e. just end quote, as the offspring lorn of a fleet Arab horse and a country mare are neither fleet runners like the Aral horse nor long-standing like the country one, so is the mule lorn by the meeting of a horse and an ass an unworthy creature, and does not resemble either of the two, and in this way the seed is cut off, and the generation does not proceed further. For this reason a good deal of benefit accrues from the preservation of the seed essential. Here we have a scientific explanation of the double disadvantage arising from an incongruous union of different species zobosed by an biological binoipal kulboslitism. 101 of seeds. The offspring or issue in the first place is very inferior in kind to either parent, and in the second place the power of reproduction is extinguished in either parent, the male becoming imbecile, the female becoming barren, on account of such unnatural mating. Thus an important biological principle based on the subtle protoplasmic laws is explained in the Pahlavi Dinkard, though summarily yet very effectively, and we shall therefore ask the advocates of proselytism and especially the writer of Zoroastrian theology to study the question of conversion from a biological scientific point of view before attempting to search its advocacy from Zoroastrian scriptures. The entire Zoroastrian religion, which is, as explained in the foregoing pages, the law of the universe as a whole, is based on all the laws of nature, physical and ultraphysical, and in no sphere of the creative laws does Zoroastrian religion contradict the genuine teachings of modern science. The fusion of blood and seed for procreation is a subject for biological science as well as for Zoroastrian religion, and Zoroastrianism will never preach proselytism which goes against a cardinal law of nature in the realms of the science of procreation. Another passage from the same book of Dinkard teaches the preservation of the purity of human seed from admixture with seeds of different human species. The Pahlavi passage is given below. Kanu 8 ddndk ipavan hushihar kurfa kchddsht yak vimtant maven lopid k, akzesht minidan, gardi I chand rizak ach lopavan kudibana pavan vavitantan bain nafshman madam dagzesht. Din mdn zak mandam idnashan aquin dur avan barhni hast kerfik pdtd hashan homand 8 tokamak paspan va gohar durist tar va chi guni amstai va mithro avar, chtin fartsan sturf va patkan farisht amid va gohar ramishni avar chtin shiranazar mntdr. Va ervdkamavirder va kamzi ydn vish sdd va diakaving ak va kabadhnar va hucher va abnik padak dazashni a dravenchten vazan va sijchun chi berk didakudemik va huslig tun cham bund abatarden va nadgan imdn maven shfin va kambim va pavan shikni tun, va hamak hambart sashand 102 we ave c tokamak pdspdn ie preservers of seed. Thisht pavan j kardaf ddsht. Hu kilir onch diminidan band pavan bufashni ros/eni hustigden, chamik namtadrike ikrad gokai ak id vart sashni avish id sajet *ie noak end quote. Wisdom consists in taking a wife regarding her as beautiful from the standpoint of spiritual benefit and not considering her to be ugly from without. Among several people a marital union from amongst themselves is not practiced from this point of view, but they do it in an awkward manner just as it comes to their mind. Hence in accordance with what wisdom we have received from the Creator, we ve birth only to children fit for receiving spiritual rewards, and for this only reason we are the preservers of seed, and keep the procreative power in the naturally sound condition, and continue the origin of species pure, and keep our thoughts supremely great. Since a child entertains hopes of spiritual benefit, of continuing the race, and keeping the procreative power in good condition, we consider fit for marriage one who is sweet-tongued, more cheering, less injurious, more beneficent, serene-tempered, clever in many arts, beautiful with other manifest merits, helping on salvation of the soul, deliverer from pain and calamity, fearless, full of the luster of selfhood, and regardless of outward show. All our forefathers and ancestors have chosen this very routine and adopted it for practice. They used to regard one as beautiful who tease publicly I sell known for spiritual salvation. The sensible evidence pointing out this very principle of marriage selection is briefly to say that we should never do anything which is unworthy and improper. End quote. This whole paragraph is so exquisitely beautiful in the original Pahlavi language and idea that it will require a good number of pages to expand one by one all the beautiful principles taught therein. The Pahlavi word end quote, tokamak pasperi i.e. human end quote, preservers intact of seed, end quote, besides the other three words null end quote, gohardurastar end quote, chi guniavistar end quote, mithro avar, end quote, is quite sufficient to challenge the writer of Zoroastrian theology to prove the advocacy of proselytism and alien marriages from the Zoroastrian scriptures, are at a loss to understand why the writer of Zoroastrian theology who presumes to have studied all the extant Avesta scriptures and Pahlavi writings has omitted the concide of his favorite thesis of proselytism and proselytism keynote of book under review. 103 Juddin marriage. Why he has kept from public notice such open passages like those quoted above proving the prohibition of alien marriages and conversion. Do not understand why the writer of Zoroastrian theology has attached so much importance to the Ithoder Kavaya, a book of mere opinions of the 18th century Iranians, and kept such passages from the Pahlavi Dinkered in obscurity, which is decidedly a much older book and far more authoritative than the Persian Ithoder Ravayat. This attitude of the writer of Zoroastrian theology clearly points to the one ulterior object aimed at by him throughout his entire work, viz., preaching of proselytism by hook or by crook anyhow, and thereby to dupe the Parsi public, a majority of whom or almost all are quite ignorant of Avesta and Pahlavi texts as well as their translations. If the writer of the Dinkered says emphatically that all our forefathers and ancestors followed this principle of selection of marriage, paying attention to the principle of the preservation of the quality of the Zoroastrian seed, how can any man of ordinary common sense say that Zoroastrianism or Zoroaster himself preached conversion of and marriage with the aliens? May even go further and say that the writer has attempted to dupe the public by giving a wrong title to his work, viz., Zoroastrian theology, for proselytism is the keynote of his book, being preached in the beginning, in the middle and in the end of his work. There are at present some Parsis who style themselves as Avesta scholars, and who make the heaven and earth meet together in order to convince the Parsi public of the advocacy of conversion and Juddin marriage from the Zoroastrian scriptures, because some of their friends have already begotten children of alien women. The writer of Zoroastrian theology, being given the captainship of a handful of such Avesta scholars, must have been obliged to write a book savoring throughout of proselytism ideas, perhaps with a distant end in view, that the book might some day be used by a gentleman at the bar in a court of law in case such a question of conversion and Juddin marriage went for proof and final decision before a court of secular law. 1Q4 Ideal teachings constitute life of Zoroastrianism. And now to conclude this second main head in our attempt, which under the circumstances of the present-day religious controversy ought to be regarded as the most important of all and deserving of special attention of the reader. This is certain, that the writer of Zoroastrian theology has in the various parts of his work attempted to prove, though he has not successfully and actually proved, proselytism. When he saw this himself, he brings in social considerations at last in chap in order to be able to say that conversion of aliens is necessary for the pre-Vicente Parsi community. Have already alluded to some important references from this chap XLVI in the beginning of this second head. It will not be wrong to repeat here one or two of such references, for they point to the idol of Tehi mind lurking in the mind of the writer of the book. He says on p. 368, if Zoroastrianism is to live in this world as a living faith, it must have sufficient numbers in its fold to keep up its vitality. End quote. We have treated this argument in the foregoing pages. Here we shall give an argument by the writer against himself from p. 370 in the last chapter of his book. He says, end quote, with sublime confidence Zarathustra foretold to the evil spirit that his religion will ever live and his followers will do battle with the forces of evil up to the end of the world. His noble faith has weathered the heaviest of storms and survived them, and a religion which stood these trials in the past will stand any trial in the future. Zoroastrianism will live by its eternal verities of the belief in the personality of Ormuzd, an abiding faith in the triad of good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, the inexorable law of righteousness, the reward and retribution in the life hereafter, the progress of the world towards perfection, and the ultimate triumph of the good over evil through the coming of the kingdom of Ormuzd with the cooperation of man. These are the truest and the greatest realities in life. They are valid for all times. They constitute the lasting element of Zoroastrianism. In the midst of the accretions that have gathered round it during the long period of its life, these immortal truths have remained substantially unchanged, and by them Zoroastrianism shall live for all time. End quote. If Zoroastrianism, as the writer says in the aforequoted words, is to live because of the universal character of its teachings, community conscience conversion. 106 arid because of the fundamental laws of the progress of the soul propounded therein, where is the necessity of end quote, having sufficient numbers in its fold to keep end quote, its vitality? In the words from the last chapter quoted above, the writer seems to say that quality of Zoroastrianism is quite sufficient to let it live forever, while in just 2 pages before, he says that number or quantity of followers is necessary to keep up the life of the Zoroastrian religion. It is very difficult when we come across such evident self-contradictory statements, to make out the real meaning intended to be conveyed by the writer. In the case of such diametrically opposite statements, the reader is at a loss to make out which of the two statements is correct, and it is natural that the statement based on scriptural authority must be regarded as the correct one. In the present instance, we find no scriptural authority for the statement about increasing the number of adherents to the Zoroastrian religion, whereas the statement made by the writer in the last chapter about the life of Zoroastrianism by virtue of its quality is supported entirely by the Avesta scriptures. Thus we are able to see that in spite of his efforts to prove proselytism by means of a patchwork of arguments invented by himself, the writer has not been able to convince the reader of the truth of such arguments of his. Being disappointed at last, the writer of Zoroastrian theology, although he says under the heading end quote, how the decision of the Parsis not to accept any converts affects the future of the community end quote, that 11 the decline in the birth rate in a community of about 100,000 souls that stubbornly repels all proselytes and closes its doors against all aliens, threatens its very existence, end quote, frankly gives out this final decision con proselytism on p. 367 in the following words: the end quote, collective conscience of the community has recently declared that it shall not legalize the marital connection with alien women. 14106 Buddhism Kever advocated in Zoroastrianism. 2. It shall not consecrate the investiture with the visible emblem of their faith of the children of alien mothers. 3. It shall not legitimatize the conversion of illegitimate children. 4. And for the matter of that, it shall have nothing to do with proselytizing at all. End quote. This decision is quite in keeping with the traditional teachings and beliefs prevalent among the Parsis con proselytism, because such conversion and such proselytism as attempted, explained, and preached by the writer of Zoroastrian theology has never been propounded, encouraged nor advocated in the Zoroastrian scriptures. 107 Chapter 3. The writer's contempt of Zoroastrian rituals. The third main point we have to notice is the writer's contempt of Zoroastrian rituals. Such contempt is the natural outcome of the advocacy of proselytism, for the religion of Zoroaster demands exclusion of aliens from partaking in or attending holy rituals. If rituals are run down and even removed from the pale of Zoroastrianism, the doors against the conversion of aliens would be automatically made wide open. The writer's attempt to show that rituals are not taught by the prophet himself is based on the same fundamental argument, viz., that the Gathas were given by Zoroaster himself and that the rest of the Avesta were not taught by Zoroaster. Now the Gathas, according to the writer, do not teach rituals. Have already seen that the original Zoroastrian scriptures consisted of 21 nasks or volumes given by the prophet himself, and that the extant scriptures do not constitute even the 21st part of the whole, and that what remains today is a collection of fractional fragments from more than one nask. We have seen also that the Gathas extant are collections from the Pahlavi Nask Studyasht or Avesta Vastarain Nask, and that therefore the Gathas alone do not constitute the entire Zoroastrian lore. The queer argument employed very often throughout the book of Zoroastrian theology is that such and such a thing is not to be seen in the Gathas, and that therefore that thing cannot be said to have been taught by Zoroaster himself. The rituals are ridiculed and run down by the writer, first because the names and rules of rituals are not enumerated in the Gathas, and secondly because the philological study of the Vyavesta is unable to account for the bono of these rituals. Shall therefore in this third chapter refer to the writer's attitude towards Zoroastrian rituals, and see how far the writer has attempted by a cynical and sneering method to misguide the read 108 rituals taught in Moee than one Nask. In public, almost all of whom are ignorant of the original Avesta and Pahlavi writings. It is the very destructive method and style employed in the book of Zoroastrian theology which invites condemnation thereof, for the vague, indifferent, and ridiculing style helps to bring a similar result for the reader, making him vague in his belief and ideas with indifference to the teachings of his religion, added to the practice of ridiculing his own religion. Shall notice this harmful attitude of the writer with regard to the treatment of rituals and of the prayer efficacy of the Avesta recital, the latter also being a main head subject under the review. Now then we shall repeat the references in more than one Nask about Zoroastrian rituals, and from this it will be easy to see that the rituals were taught by Zoroaster in the Nasks, a greater part of which, though lost to us in the original Avesta, has been preserved in Pahlavi writings. As for instance, in the Pajay Nask, which is the third of the Hadamanthric group of Nasks, there are taught the preparations and ceremonials or the Gahambar festivals, the consecration of the body clothing in honor of the departed relatives, the great needfulness of observing in honor of the dead, the 10 Fravardigan days. In the Radu Ddd Nask, are taught the ceremony and sacred instruments used in the ritual of the sacred beings, the business of the Zodi or the head officiator, and the Raspi or assistant officiator. In the Cautious Rub Nask is taught the right method of the preparations and precautions indispensable in the performance of the ritual for the sacred beings. In the Husparam Nask are taught the ritual of the sacred beings, its exceeding meritoriousness owing to an ample number of baspis in that ceremonial, the dams and their consecration ceremonials, the sins of one who does not take part in the celebration of the 6 Gayan bars, the pure materials of which Sudra and Kusti should be made, the mode of gathering and tying the bersma, the necessity of the cleanliness of the body and clothing of the celebrant of the ceremony, and again in the Sakatam Nask the duty tying and amp, lt. F the Kusti is treated. From this meager outline Yakna and quote, i.e. attunement, generic term for rituals. 109 of rituals in the Nasks. No one can deny the fact that Zoroaster himself has given the institution of rituals if one admits of the existence of 21 Nasks as the origin of the Zoroastrian lore. If one understands the fundamental principles on which the Zoroastrian rituals have been based, one will be easily convinced that Zoroaster has never taught a religion void of rituals. When we study impartially the subject of the efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals, we see that rituals are an indispensable element for helping the soul in its inexplicable progress, and that it is the Zoroastrian rituals which alone can keep a Zoroastrian in touch with or attuned to higher spiritual forces, angels and archangels working in nature. The word yakna asterisk and quote, is a very word well known and quote, for ritual and quote, in the Vesta scriptures. The word literally signifies attunement or unison or univibrant state /yas, being derived from and quote, to join or to be in tune with. It is this yakna asterisk and quote, or procedure of attunement which keeps the ritual performer in tune with the end quote, yazids end quote, or the angel-like forces worthy of attunement. This word end quote, yakna end quote, is a collective term for end quote, ceremonial end quote, or which obtains various names when end quote, ritual end quote, applied severally to various branches of ritual, and now the word yakna end quote, generally signifies only one particular grand ceremony which is to be performed only in the fire temples, viz., the Azashni ceremony. Hence originally the word yakna end quote, signified the generic meaning of ritual or ceremonial, a medium by means of which the devotee can be in unison or univibrant with the unseen spiritual forces for the development of his soul. The word yakna yenhi hatham, which an amp, lt, f occurs in the end quote, prayer is one of Yathaehu Hashem, the ancient triad of Vario Vohu and Yen He Hatam which are taught in the Varzb Mansar Nesk. This Yen He Hatam prayer, which is regarded by all the Avesta students unanimously as the most ancient and taught by Zoroaster, teaches the institution of rituals by the word Yagna which has the categorical sense of ceremonial. Find even in the Gathas extant a paragraph which is nearly the same as the Yen He Hatam prayer, and which also contains the word Yagna and this proves for us the fact that Zoroaster himself has given the 110 Yagna ob ritualistic unison taught in the Gathas. Yagna institution of or ritual, and that too in the Gathas. This paragraph is section 22 of Vohakshavitra Gatha Ha 51, and runs as under Yaya moya shahacha vahishtam yuknpati, vid mazdayo ahuro. Yoadung hereka hentik tar nyazdik dish and manish perik jasti vand. Attune myself by means of their own names with, and I reverently approach those who have already advanced and who are at present advancing, whom Ahura Mazda has recognized the best unto me on account of ashoy or holiness in the performance of yagna or the higher ritual. The Yen He Hatatun prayer, which is included in the Gathas and recognized as such by the Avesta students, is, as seen below, almost exactly similar to the Gathic paragraph above quoted ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** St Liaka, Adongmsh Tdnschd Tdist Yazamade. We i.e. Attune ourselves with those males and females of the advancing ones whom Ahura Mazda has known to be good in the performance of yagna on account of ashoy or holiness. 9. No one of the Avesta students who divide Avesta into periods can deny the fact of the antiquity of these two paragraphs, nor can anyone say that these two paragraphs were not given by Zoroaster himself. Word ya, we again the as have seen implies the categorical meaning of ritual or ceremonial, and these two paragraphs, which are only similar in form and sense with the exception of there being a singular nominative in one and a plural nominative in the other, are sufficient to prove that Zoroaster has taught the institution of ceremonial. The word gatha occurs not only one ya and amp, lt, na in above quoted, but in each of the 5 gathas, and we shall here quote the paragraphs containing that word in the 5th gatha ha 53-2 where the propagation of the Zoroastrian faith is referred to, ya na or rituals are referred to at the same time thus, Zoroastrian rituals pabt and parcel of Zoroastrianism. Echt hoiskviantu manangd ukdaish shiodlianishti, kshnum majdo vomdia fra orid tasnst, kabakavisht spo Zarathustra spitmo frasheo strask t daniho drest zush patho isim danama hero seashiantu dad. Therefore k gush tasp and farshostra the wise of spi tamaj Zarathustra will teach the right paths which belong to the law of Saoshiants or spiritual benefactors given by Ahura unto everyone having faith in the kshnum or divine knowledge and yakna or rituals for propitiation of Mazda by means of thoughts, words, and deeds. Any student of Avesta can say without doubt that religious philosophy and rituals are inseparably linked together in this paragraph, which treats of the propagation of the Zoroastrian law by the king on account of his authority and by Frashastra the disciple of Zoroaster on account of his deep knowledge of the religion. That the Zoroastrian religion apart from Zoroastrian ceremonials has never been taught by Zoroaster is proved from this Gathic paragraph. Those who speak of mere Zoroastrian philosophy as constituting the Zoroastrian religion and accept the rituals from the sphere of the Zoroastrian law, will be able to see that for the propitiation of Mazda only kshnum or divine philosophy is not sufficient, but that yakna or ritual is also an important factor of Zoroastrian religion. Therefore it must be inferred from this Gathic passage that those who separate Zoroastrian philosophy from Zoroastrian rituals have not studied the Avesta properly or are preaching their own bias to the ignorant public. The third Gatha Spenta Manu Ha 59 also teaches the institution of Yadalar Na or higher ritual, which is there regarded as the important medium through which to approach Mazda. Tidish video Yaptish Padi Stavas Iani, Mazda, Asht Vangdush Shiothandish Manang Ho. Mazda, may I approach thee as a propitiator by means of rituals, holiness, and deeds of the good mind. Here we notice that in order to fulfill the aim of spiritual attainment of seeing the divine, mere good actions or holy life 112 Gathic 1 Inevitableness of Yajna oil Bitual Fob Unfoldment. Leading are not sufficient but that rituals are also the essential concomitants of the requisites of spiritual advancement. Those who preach that merely good actions and holiness in life are taught by Zoroaster as the medium of spiritual progress will learn from this Gathic passage that Zoroaster has included yajna or rituals also among the important necessaries of spiritual enlightenment. Just as religious philosophy and rituals are inseparable as taught in the fifth Gatha Vahishtwashtai, in the same way the third Gatha Spenta Manu inculcates that holiness and right conduct cannot be severed from religious rites or yajna. In fact, holiness and right conduct in life helps the spiritual progress of a soul only to a certain extent, and yajna or ritual is indispensable for helping on the progress of the soul to its very goal. Hence in the second Gatha Ashtavadiha 4510 yajna or ceremonial is looked upon as a chief factor in the attainment of Godhead, Ani yakndish kramitwash mimakzo, yedin mini majdo serdvia huro. We desire to worship by means of the rituals of Armadi or per FCCT mindedness him who is known as Ahura Mazda in his omnipotence. We see that perfect mindedness, which is a resulting benefit of right conduct and holiness in life, is associated with yajna or rituals for worshipping the divine or approaching him, and that therefore this 4510 corroborates the idea in 59. Thus the Gathas preach the doctrine of spiritual progress by means of the yajna or ritual besides other necessary factors. Lastly, we find the same idea of yajna taught in the first Gatha Ahunavadiha 31. At td vakshid ishantu yd majd hyachat vijishkstatachta hurai yagnach vangdush manang ho. Yehu are thirsty for knowledge, then I teach unto you about the two main divine principles, viz., about the glorifying words for Ahura, and the yajna or ritual of the good mind. Just as in 4510 yajna is looked upon as an inevitable requisite besides perfect mindedness, here in 31 yajna is taught to be the first principle, the second main principle being stauda or glorify yajna o habitual given by the buffet himself. 113 words or prayer. This Gathic passage therefore teaches that prayer and ritual are inseparably associated together for attaining spiritual progress or the goal, and that yajna or ritual forms no doubt an important element for a devotee of divine communion. In the same first Gatha Ahunavadiha 34:1 we find again that along with right conduct and right word, yajna or ritual results in immortal bliss and divine happiness. The section runs thus: Asteriskya Shiothna, Yavachamha, Yayakna Amirtatum, Ashem Shatatibya Deangha, Mazda Idis Hathrimcha Orvitato. Ishamtoya Hura Edama Puratimish Daste. First dedicate unto thee, Ahura Mazda, that action, that word, and that yajna through which teacher result unto ourselves I mordo.l bliss holiness, power and spiritual wholesomeness. Here also we see that along with right conduct or action, and with word of prayer, yajna or ritual leads to immortal bliss, which is the summum bonum of the soul's birth in the world. The triad of Zoroastrian philosophy, namely, good mind or eight thinking along the line of nature, good word or eight speaking and recital of the holy word, and good deed or right conduct in life, require a supplement, namely yajna or attunement by means of cumulative ritual for the final stage of soul's spiritual progress, which is as taught in the Gatha 34:1 amirtatum, or immortal bliss or ecstasy. Hence we have seen from all these Gathic references above quoted, viz., First Gatha 31 and 34:1, Second Gatha 45:10, Third Gatha 59, Fourth Gatha 51:22, and the Fifth Gatha 53:2, that yajna or ritual or procedure for the attunement with the divine bliss is a doctrine taught in the Gathas, and even if only the Gathas are the original teachings of Zoroaster himself, in that case also the doctrine of yajna or ritual therefore has been given by the prophet himself. Having established the fact of rituals having been taught in the Gathas and by the prophet himself, We shall now see how the writer of Zoroastrian theology has consciously or unconsciously 1514 is Hauma ceremony of a foreign origin. Zoroaster tried to mislead the Parsi public from their belief and practice of rituals. The writer requires a form of Zoroastrian religion absolutely detached from any form of ceremony, because in the first place the institution of ceremony and the rule of debarring the alien therefrom comes in the way of his favorite doctrine of proselytism, and secondly because the Avesta student is at a loss to understand and explain the meaning and importance underlying ritual, and lastly because all the specific existing forms of Zoroastrian rituals are not to be found enumerated in the X. We tant fragmentary Avesta texts have seen that out of the 21 nasks given by Zoroaster, the doctrine of various rituals was taught in more than one nask as noticed even from the extant meager summary of those nasks. All the forms of Zoroastrian ceremonials that have been observed up to the present times have come down to us traditionally in the absence of those nasks from time out of mind. The Iranian ancestors who came to India brought with them the forms of ritual observed by them in Iran along with the extant Avesta prayers which they preserved. In spite of all these facts, it is impertinent on the part of the writer of Zoroastrian theology to denounce downright all Zoroastrian rituals. While dealing with this third head of the review, it is not our motive to write a book on the efficacy of specific Zoroastrian rituals or to discuss the merits and demerits of the existing individual forms of ceremonials, for we have to bear in mind that what is undertaken by us is a review of the opinion expressed by the writer in his book. Nevertheless, we shall refer to the efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals while referring to the opinions expressed by the writer about certain forms thereof. Now we shall see the opinions of the writer of Zoroastrian theology as expressed in that book. The Hauma ceremony, which is the fundamentum of all higher rituals known as the Ya9Na in its specific sense or Izashni ceremony, is looked upon as a foreign element in the Zoroastrian scriptures by the /verter of the book. On pages 77 and 78 he says, Hauma ceremony always commended by Zoroaster. 115 and quote, the Hauma ceremony is indissolubly interwoven in the A ritual from the Vesta N period down to the present day. But the Gathas are silent about it. It is therefore alleged that Zarathustra looked upon this Indo-Iranian cult with abhorrence, and the occurrence of Hauma's epithet far from death in Yasna 32:14 is cited to prove, as we have already seen, that the prophet branded the cult as evil. Perhaps he did so, perhaps not. Have no means to ascertain ifc. End quote. Similarly on p17 he says. The end quote, younger Avestan texts depict Zarathustra sacrificing to the Indo-Iranian divinity Hauma, but Hauma is not definitely mentioned by name in the Gathas, though some Western scholars are inclined to take Ya9Na 32:14 as containing an allusion to Hauma because of the adjective dura-far from death, which is his standing epithet. End quote. As usual, the writer is inclined to make his reader believe that what is not mentioned in the Gathas must be un-Zoroastrian-like. What most strikes us in the references just quoted is the unwarranted dogmatic opinion that the prophet branded the cult as evil. The writer seems to be absolutely ignorant of the signification and significance attached to Hauma in the ceremony by Zoroaster himself. On pages 77 and 78 he tries to escape proper criticism by showing doubt about his own dogmatic opinion, but when we refer to p. 336 we find there the same harmful opinion reiterated. Thus Hauma the end quote, cult against which Zoroaster had inveighed had been incorporated into Zoroastrian ritual to conciliate the prejudices of the Magi. The masses could not be weaned from the false beliefs that loomed large in their eyes, and thus the scholars maintained, many practices abolished by Zoroaster were later resuscitated by the clergy. End quote. From this opinion emphatically expressed by the writer on p. 336 against Hauma ceremony and painting it as an exotic into the teachings of Zoroaster, we must say that the writer acts simply from the ulterior object of dissuading the reading public from the cardinal Zoroastrian beliefs and practices. Openly challenge here the writer and ask him to show even from extant Avesta writings that Hauma ceremony has never been taught by Zoko. 116 Hauma ceremony positively Zoroaster's teaching. Aster. On the contrary, it will be seen from many Avestan passages that Zoroaster has not only taught the Hauma ceremony but himself performed it. The well-known formula in the concluding paragraph of every Yasht en Nasib or of every Zoroastrian liturgy indicates that the Hauma ceremony is of Zoroastrian teaching. The formula begins with the following Avesta words in the Ahiraya Karinang Hasha, formula, Hauma and quote, Yogava bears mana his vodang hang hamanthracha vachika shiothnakas biaska arshukdia biaska vrfxibia. End quote. We invoke by means of Hauma ceremony including the jivam i.e., milk, and barsam i.e., sacred twigs, and by means of the wisdom of the sacred tongue, by means of the mantra, the right word and the right action, by means of ceremonial apparatus and the rightly spoken sounds *. This formula, which is commonly recited in almost every Yasht en Nish, was specially recited by Zoroaster according to the Abban Yasht Karde XXIV. In that Yasht, when Zoroaster invokes the angel Abban, he invokes by means of the above quoted formula, whereas the invoking formula for other persons in that Yasht is altogether different. This idea may be expanded at some length, but this being a review, we have simply to point out the facts kept in oblivion by the writer of the book so that the reader may be able to judge of such an unwarranted writer and assign the value to his opinions as they deserve. When we refer to the Hauma Yasht and other Avestan passages, we shall see how Hauma ceremony has been a truly Zoroastrian one and the sure basis of all higher rituals. Before we do that, there is one important point which must not escape notice. In the quotation just given from P77, the words asterisk, as we have already seen and quote, are very objectionable, for we have never seen throughout the book what the writer intends to explain about Hauma from Gatha 32:14. That section 32:14 is so very difficult of a faithful rendering into English that lifelong scholar, the late Irvad K. Kanga, openly avers that he could not translate it, and that the renderings of Mills and Darmstetter did not seem to him to be faithful. For this reason, if the writer of Zoroastrian theology, writer S. deluding style 117 et al. Wanted to prove from Gatha 32:14 that the prophet was against the Hauma cult, it was incumbent on him to have given that section in original with its rendering into English so that the reader might be able to see clearly that the writer honestly gave his opinion. Instead of doing so, he wants to befool his reader by simply giving numerical references in big figures, and has the audacity to pronounce whatever ungrounded opinion on such important subjects as the Hauma ceremony, which is the fundament of all Zoroastrian rituals. Perhaps the writer intends to prove that if Hauma ceremony is declared to be non-Zoroastrian, and thus if the foundation is tottered, then it may be easy for him to say at once that all other rituals based on Hauma ceremony must be of non-Zoroastrian origin. Have very often pointed out the peculiar style adopted in this book, viz., of putting down his own idols of the mind in the body of the writing and heading it with figures for reference to the Avestan texts in the footnote, and of asking the reader to see the references for himself. In the same duping style he shows the sleight of teaching against Hauma worship, and that too from Gatha 32:14. When we read that section, we see no reference made to Hauma therein, nor in the sections preceding and succeeding it. As this section is the fulcrum of our argument, it will be advisable to see both the original and the translation thereof as under Ahaya and quote, Garamo di hoithoi ni kavaiskit kratush ni dotted ver chai hikid fradivd hisit vicentadriti bantam abu hayacht dush jd dimruya diro ashem seokaya abu end quote, the covetous in his bond, and even the kavi or the blind asterisk to spirit suppress the wisdoms of this prophet. There is also that lacerating deception through which they have become a help to the wicked, and thus the living creation is declared to be for destruction, through which the death-removing help is burnt down. End quote. This is the word-for-word rendering of Gatha 32J4. There is no logical connection of the essential idea of this section with the 118 end quote, Durashem end quote, i.e. death removing in Gatha 32:14. Idea of Hauma et al. The paragraphs preceding and succeeding this section propound the type of evil thoughts and evil persons who are able to hinder spiritual progress by dint of the essence of evil principle inherent in them. The one word from which the writer of Zoroastrian theology speculates against Hauma's ceremony is the word Durashem, one meaning repelling spiritual death. No doubt this epithet Durashem is inseparably connected with Hauma in all the Avesta writings where Haorna is mentioned by name, because the Hauma plant which is utilized in the Hauma ceremony has properties greatly benefiting spiritual progress. Hence Hauma is looked upon as death-removing, i.e. saving the spirit from spiritual death or oblivion, and therefore keeping the spirit along the line of spiritual progress. In the same way, the epithet Duraosha may be applied to persons and powers cooperating in the work of the spiritual advancement of the universe. Hence the general epithet Durashem does not at all times imply the idea of Hauma understood, and in the same way the adjective does not imply the reference to Hauma in the Gathic section. Even granted for the sake of argument only that Durashem implies its concomitant idea of Hauma, the translation does not at all point out any idea of Zoroaster branding the Hauma cult as evil. On the contrary, if we grant that Durashem does imply Hauma understood, in that case 2 points go to prove that Hauma is of Zoroastrian origin. First, the writer of Zoroastrian theology contradicts himself when he says that the Gathas are silent about Hauma ceremony, and very soon that Hauma's epithet far from death occurs in Gatha 34:14. Hence the first point that we prove is the presence of Hauma in the Gathas if the epithet Durashem is allowed to be associated with Hauma as the writer of the book desires it. Secondly, the 2 lines in which the word Durashem occurs in that section do not in the least imply that Zoroaster inveighed against the Hauma cult. On the contrary, the entire section refers to the opposition given to the prophet by the materialistic and spiritually based people to the teachings of Zoroaster, the last 2 lines mentioning specially the 2 ways in which such opposition was made manage Hauma ceremony an efficient instrument of Zoroaster. LL9 Fest viz. I. Destruction of the living creation, and 2. The cancellation of death-removing help given to the soul by the Hauma ceremony, both of which were encouraged by the wicked in contravention to the right teachings of Zoroaster to the contrary good effect. From this rather long argument one can easily see how the writer of Zoroastrian theology has willy-nilly perverted the original meanings and ideas of Avesta scriptures and put these perverted ideas before his reader in order anyhow to support his own dogmatic assertions in respect of the important teachings of Zoroaster. The writer seems to be ignorant, or perhaps he seems to consider the reading public ignorant, of the first principles and elementary rules of logic of arriving at a conclusion from given simple premises. But with reference to Gatha 32:14 he goes even further than that. He does not give the premise at all and simply gives his own conclusion that the prophet branded the Hauma cult as evil as on p77, or that Zoroaster had invaded Hauma against the occult as p336. Surely this can never be looked upon as an admirable practice of a frank writer, a writer posing himself as teacher of the original pristine Zoroastrian theology. It is therefore left to the reader both of this review and of the original book to pass a just sentence of criticism on the reviewer or the writer of the original book. Having learnt that Zoroaster never spoke against the Hauma ceremony but that he emphatically advocated it, we shall try to see some points about the importance attached to Hauma in the Avesta. In the Vendidad, which is, as we have already learnt, a remnant of an individual Nask, Hauma is regarded as one of the efficient instruments of Zoroaster for smiting the evil principle Ungramenu. In Vendidad Fargard 19:8 and 9, when the evil principle defies Zoroaster and asks by what implement he would vanquish it, Zoroaster replies that by means of the Havanemi, the metal tumbler, the Tashta, i.e. the ritual plate, the Hauma, and by means of the word or mantra given by Hormuzd, he would by means of all these best apparatus of ceremonial nullify the power of the evil 120 Hauma ceremony taught in Vendidad 19 and Yakna 9, XL principle. The section 9 of Vendidad Fargard 19 is the best proof of the fact that the Hauma ceremony has been taught in the Avesta by the prophet himself, for this ceremony is the basic initiative for all other higher rituals. Again, in the major Haunayasht, which also constitutes the Takna Ha9 and which is regarded as the most ancient and poetical scriptural composition even by Western scholars, Zoroaster is depicted as conversing with the angel Hauma, who exhorts Zoroaster to propitiate him by means of the Hauma ceremony. In the presence of such testimonies to the fact of Hauma ceremony being purely Zoroastrian, we are at a loss to understand what text even in the extant Avesta writings leads the writer of Zoroastrian theology directly or indirectly to say that Zoroaster inveighed against the Hauma ceremony. When we study Yadalar Na has 9, X and 11 which are special treatises on the angel Hauma and the plant Hauma. We have reasons to believe without hesitation that the ceremony of such a most beautiful and beneficent angel cannot be run down by the prophet who has himself performed the ceremony. The most marked epithets of Hauma among many others are Al-Jay-Ashavazangho and Uranichaptamaniatima*. The first epithet Ashavazangho implies having holy origin, or c having the power of producing holiness or able to give the strength of holiness, and hence it suggests the idea of the efficacy of Hauma ceremony, which is the augmentation of the intensity of holiness in the officiator. Similarly, since the acceleration of holiness leads to spiritual unfoldment, the second epithet Uranichapathamaniatima / which implies the best guide of the spiritual path for the soul suggests the idea of the same efficacy of Hauma ceremony quite directly, viz. spiritual advancement. If Hauma ceremony is one which results in keeping the soul of the officiator onto the right path of holiness, administering at the same time the tonic of holiness, how and why should Zoroaster have run down this ceremony is a question which requires solution from the writer of the book. It is quite unbecoming an educated man like the writer to give in a printed book opinions diametrically opposed to the plain facts existing in those scriptures simply because the writer believes that almost all the Parsi public with few ex Hauma ceremony not at all identical with Soma ceremony. 121 Septians are absolutely ignorant of the Avesta language and scriptures, and it is entirely unscholarly to thus employ to its full swing the argumentum ad ignorantia. The Hauma ceremony is a subject which requires special treatment, even if it is treated only from the three as above quoted, but such treatment does not fall within the sphere of this review. The Hauma ceremony thus being of purely Zoroastrian teaching, it is quite unfair for the writer to say on p7 that the cult of the divine plant Hauma was shared by the Vedic people in common with the Iranians, as also on pages 119 and 120 that * the Avestan Hauma is identical with Vedic Soma and both refer to the sacred drink prepared from a special plant and partaken of as a part of the ritual service. Hauma has secured a prominent place in the later Avestan theology and forms an essential part of the Zoroastrian liturgy. Hauma primarily is a plant of this world from which the drink was quaffed as a religious act, but the idea soon evolves into an angel of the same name presiding over this plant. It is no sound philology that connects words merely from their resemblance of sound. Soma ceremony of the Hindus is not at all identical with the Hauma ceremony taught by Zoroaster. There are altogether different methods of performing the same, since the two religions are essentially different. The various benefits bestowed by Hauma on the propitiator and performer of his ceremony have been enumerated by the writer on p. 121 of his A book. Study of these as well as of the paragraph on p. 120 Hauma under the heading pleads the greatness of his cult will enable the reader to see how unjustifiable the writer continues to be in his dogmatic assertion, on p. 336, of avowing that Zoroaster had inveighed against the Hauma cult / and the zenith of self-contradiction is to be noticed in the same paragraph on p. 120 from the last two lines running thus. 41 Zarathustra thereupon paid homage to the angel and proclaimed his cult as the most praiseworthy, as quoted from YA9 NA 916, and also in the paragraph on p. 161 where he says that 16122 Ashimo got i.e. a heretic rerules or ceremonial. The drinking of the consecrated Hauma moreover brings destruction to the demons. X as quoted from Yachna 6. We have thus seen that the writer's attempt to do away with the Hauma ceremony from the Zoroastrian teachings is made without any logical argument and is quite fruitless. It is no doubt a strange device to cut at the foundation of a thing in order that the thing may not seem to exist. Such device has been noticed by us in the first chapter in the treatment of the division of Avesta scriptures into periods, in the second chapter in the treatment of the advocacy of proselytism, and even in this third chapter in the treatment of Zoroastrian rituals. He seems to regard the Hauma ceremony as one not upheld by Zoroaster in order to enable himself to say that all rituals which have as their basis the Hauma ceremony have not been taught by the prophet himself. Moreover, the writer himself calls one who teaches wrongly about the rules of ceremonials by the name of Ashimo Ga, i.e. an apostate, for he says on p. 166 that Ashimoga seems to be a theological and ritual designation of one who deviates from the prescribed teachings of the established church and who preaches heresy both as regards the doctrines of the faith and the rules of ceremonial. Having thus determined to establish a Zoroastrian religion void of any ceremonial, the writer has his message to that effect in the various parts of his book. While taking side of the so-called reformers, he speaks irresponsibly against Zoroastrian rituals on pages 346 to 348 of his book. He says on p. 346, the reformers urged that a vast structure of formalism and ritual had replaced the edifice of the simple faith, and religion had simply turned into ritualism. Religion, they urged, does not consist in laying up merit by ceremonials. On p. 348 he continues that no amount of ceremonials performed by the living could either mitigate the sufferings or improve his condition in the spiritual world. The rituals do not affect its position. 9 Principles in the Human Constitution. 123 On the same page there is to be found denouncement of the intercessory prayers for the dead. All such views go to show that the writer of Zoroastrian theology is totally ignorant of the B.C. of Zoroastrian ceremonials. Shall therefore give some idea collectively of the main principles on which Zoroastrian rituals are based and of the efficacy accruing therefrom for both the departed soul for whom the ceremony is performed and for the living relations and friends who undertake to perform them. From the abrupt manner of the writer of the book, of condemning Zoroastrian rituals, it seems that the writer does not understand the quo bono of these rituals, and that he seems to believe that Zoroaster the prophet never taught these rituals, which were only invented by the later priests to enable themselves to find a living. Have we seen already that Zoroaster himself has taught the yajna or ritual, and that too even in the Gathas, which are regarded as the oldest scriptures by the writer of Zoroastrian theology. Now we shall try to understand the main principles underlying the Zoroastrian rituals, and for this reason it is necessary for us to understand the nature of progress or advancement of the soul, which is the goal of our life on earth, and which is always kept in view by the prophet while giving the 21 nasks full of the knowledge of the laws of nature. With transcendent genius the prophet well cognized the 9 principles in the human constitution which he has taught in the Naha 54:1. And which are the following: 1. Tanal, physical tabernacle number. Ga'eth, the vital organs and viscera 3. Asda, the nervous matter 4. Kirpa, the invisible subtle body 5. Ushtna, the vital force or energy which sustains the breath and life 6. Tavaski, the desire force, the origin of thought activity 7. Urban, the soul which unfolds itself 8. Bayadang, right spiritual consciousness 9. Fravashi, the highest ideal. Of these the first 3 constitute visible frail physical matter, the middle 3 are made of rare invisible and evanescent ultra 124 urban needs stauda through the agency of ceremonials. Physical matter, the last 3 are purely spiritual and permanent constituents in man. In proportion as the physical body is pure, the ultra-physical constituents get subtler and subtler, thus enabling the soul to unfold itself, developing its latent powers. The unfoldment of the soul is a process requiring ages after ages, and equals the Avesta word urban from its derivation uru wide equals n to breathe or exist, suggests that it is a principle always widening itself out and thus expanding its consciousness. For the sake of its unfoldment or progress, purity of body and mind are required on the one hand, in order to enable itself to respond to higher vibrations which are necessary for the soul on the other hand. These vibrations, which have their invisible colors, are known by the Avestic word stauda which serve as the food urban of the or soul according to Na 55 and 58. Urban or soul requires these stauda, or higher vibrationary colors for its growth, not only during its short sojourn here in this world, but forever, even while it is passing onward through the unseen realms after the death of the physical body. When the tanu or physical tabernacle perishes, the gaetha and the asda are disposed of along with the tanu, and the urban or soul marches onward in the unseen world on the dawn of the fourth day after its separation from the physical tenement. This exazion viz., the dawn of the fourth day including the last hour of the third night after death is a very important one in the soul's progress in both the visible and the unseen worlds. It is on account of this importance that the writer of Zoroastrian theology says on p. 239 that ceremonies are therefore to be performed in honor of Srosh for the first 3 days and nights after death in order that this divine helper may protect the soul from the attack of the demons during this period. Quoted from the Pahlavi book Shaist La Shaist. In the same way on pages 270 and 271 the writer reiterates the importance of rituals under the heading Srosh's help indispensable for the disembodied soul, thus ceremonies for the living and for the departed. 125 as an infant that is just born in this world requires care from a midwife and others, so does a soul that has just emerged from the body require help and protection against evil influences. It is therefore deemed advisable to secure the services of this angel even in advance by propitiating him with rituals during the lifetime of the individual. But if that has not been the case, his relatives should never fail to offer sacrifices in his honor immediately after death and continue them for the 3 days and 3 nights that the soul stays in this world after death. Besides watching and projecting the soul at this critical period, Srosh is also one of the judges who will take account of the soul. It is indispensable, therefore, to order ceremonies to be performed for Srosh during the time that the soul tarries in this world before embarking on its celestial journey. As quoted from Dadistanidihic. Thus we have here in these two Pahlavi passages ideas pro-Zoroastrian ceremonies. In the same way all periodic ceremonies viz., Daham or the 10th day after death, Siraj or 30th day after death and Sal Rajay or anniversary of the death, and the Aravartigan days i.e. the days on which the souls of the departed wish for special ceremonies, are to be performed by the living relatives in order to bid peace and joy to their departed beloved ones in the unseen realms of the universe. Just as the postal system of the present day transmits the thoughts of one person in one place to another person in some remote part of the world, thus establishing the physical communication of thoughts and words and vibrations of one person with those of another far removed, in the same way Zoroastrian rituals serve as a medium of thought transference from persons in this world to the souls in the invisible world. All Zoroastrian rituals which are systematically divided into two main divisions viz., those rituals meant for the living like the Navyot or ceremony for initiation of a child into the Zoroastrian faith, the Endvar or initiation, into priesthood or qualification of understanding the rules concerning rituals and being able to perform them, the Jashan or sympathetic cooperative ceremony of a body of persons for wishing welfare to themselves. 126 Zoroastrian ceremonial spirito-scientific processes. And to others the Bershnum or 9 days ceremony for the purification of the aura or personal magnetism of oneself, etc., etc., as well as, 2. Those ceremonies meant for the dead, e.g., the 3 days Srosh ceremony for giving the departed soul into the charge of the angel Srosh, on the dawn of the 4th day, the Pddiraj or the ceremony performed during the last hour of the 3rd night of a soul's sojourn here in this world after death, the hour when the soul has his full consciousness awakened, as to the Pad Dihashan or reward for its goodness and Pad Fraz or punishment for its vice, from which two words we have the Ptwd Hashan Par Fraz Rajay, i.e. the day of judgment or doomsday, or Pad Rajay, the Afringdan or periodic blessing ceremony for helping the dead onto their progress in the unseen world, the Azashni and the Vendidad, and the Narangdin and the Hamdyashti, which are special ceremonies far more efficient than others, lasting for several days or months together for the help of the dear departed ones, etc., etc. All these rituals and ceremonies, and liturgies are all but spirito-scientific processes producing grand, practical results in the unseen world, and are based on an entirely scientific understanding of the subtle and unseen laws of nature. Some of such grand fundamental laws of nature taught by Zoroaster in the Avesta are 1. Zrdvd and Thq laws of eternal first motion or energy pervading every force and object, visible or unseen, thus creating the idea of time thereby. 2. urge the law of ever-widening and ever-proceeding, the never-ceasing evolution, or unfoldment, or spiritual progress towards the goal of one far-off divine event to which the whole moves creation, and that inherent tendency to advance or go onward which is the essential characteristic of Urban, and Amp, GT, the soul. 3. Stauda, the law of vibrations or subtle colors produced by vibrations of motion and sound, which is at the root of all creation. 10 fundamental laws of Zoroastrian rituals. 127. 4. Stra, the law of the thermo-electromagnetic forces and currents working throughout the visible and unseen realms, in indefinitely various forms of electricity or magnetism. 5. Karinang Ihe, law of halo or emanation of subtle magnetic aura pertaining to all the kingdoms human, animal, vegetable and mineral. 6. Beray, the law of thermal energy of fires of different rates of intensity. 7. Through the jaw of the efficacy of the mystic words of charms composed by the prophet in unison or attunement with the original universal musical note, the creative word Ahanavar, the law whereby the Urban or soul can be en rapport with the music celestial. 8. Mithra, the law of thought energy or thought power, its transmission and its effect on persons and things by creating unseen forms in the subtlest states of ultraphysical matter. 9. Paishiajet, the law of retributive compensation and universal adjustment and obligation with reference to every visible and invisible object and force in the universe, thus implying the law of divine dispensation of justice and equality. 10. Asha, the law of order, administration, and holiness divine, implying the highest degree of purity, physical, mental, moral and spiritual. On these 10 fundamental and many more secondary laws besides of equal importance are based all the Zoroastrian rituals, which require really a spiritually rational mind having a genuine grab of higher scientific facts, and such a mind alone can comprehend the unseen working and efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals. All the above-mentioned names of the 10 basic laws of Zoroastrian rituals are purely Avestan, and each of them of frequent occurrence even in the fragmentary extant Avesta scriptures, with which all Avesta students are 128. The invisible working of Zoroastrian rituals. Familiar. If we entertain a belief, as taught in the Avesta by Zoroaster, in the existence of Ahura Mazda, the creator, Ameshaspans, or the archangels, Yazids, the angels, heaven world, soul, immortality of the soul, unseen colors, vibrations, etc., things which cannot be seen by means of the physical vision or which cannot be easily understood by the intellect alone, we cannot but believe in the efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals. All these things are unintelligible to us at present, because we have not developed our spiritual vision or subtle perception, and because we are therefore spiritually blind, just in the same way as ordinary light and colors are invisible to the unfortunate physically blind, or just as the scientific inventions of telephones, telegraphs, aeroplanes and sea, can never be understood by those who are backward in intellectual development. The actual working of Zoroastrian rituals, which is based on all the 10 laws above referred to, cannot be seen nor thoroughly understood by us so long as we are spiritually blind, for these are all processes going on in the rarer and subtler stages of ether, which are ultra-physical, and which can be actually seen by the spiritual vision acquired by holy persons and the prophet. The thought effect and the word effect are the 2 main keys to the understanding of the efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals. The laws of vibrations of thoughts and sounds, of forms and unseen colors both of thought and sound, play a very remarkable part in the efficacy of recital of holy Avesta scriptures both as prayers and in the rituals. Vibration is at the bottom of every visible and invisible object in universe, and nothing can have its existence without motions we vibration. Can attest to this fact even by the help and amp, GT, Q** physical sciences of acoustics, optics, magnetism, electhermal energy etc. The ultimate object of all Zor 4 as Ryrie WC rituals is therefore to create an accumulation of very fine Jek and magnetic forces and currents, and by means of a Ba invisible thus created to accelerate the thought and word brashans towards the direction of the departed soul for which PJ rituals are performed. There is entirely a systematic explanation of the working of all individual Zoroastrian rituals, and every/individual ceremonial of a certain kind has its own particular part played by living wati in ceremonials. 129 Effect produced for the helping on the progress of the soul in the unseen world. Just as all the several parts in a big machine have their individual proper functions to perform, in the same way all separate forms of Zoroastrian rituals serve only as factors combining ultimately to produce a harmonious whole effect. This is not a proper place to explain the beneficial results produced by each and every Zoroastrian ritual, for we are not here writing a separate treatise on the efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals, but we have here merely to refute the opinions of the writer of Zoroastrian theology re Zoroastrian rituals. Shall take only one instance of the Jashan ceremony and try to understand briefly how it benefits the living for whom it is performed. Asterisk or magnetic and electric forces and currents play an important part in all Zoroastrian rituals. Even modern science admits that invisible subtle magnetic forces emanate from every mineral, vegetable, and animal and human creation, and it is on account of this reason that only certain kinds of things having best and pure magnetic currents are taken in the rituals. Only certain kinds of fruits and flowers, others being prohibited, and water of springs or wells, etc., taken in the Jashan ceremony are employed so as to receive best magno-electric currents issuing from them. Water has those 5 hydroelectrical magnetic forces, Adufradho, Vantvofradho, Gaethomdo, Ksheatofradho, Danghufradho, so often remembered in the Abanyasht, and all these Ferdo or hydro*electric forces have the best natural efficiency, if the water is natural i.e. derived from running streams. This is why only pure water of wells or springs is strictly recommended for use in all Zoroastrian rituals, and the pure running water of wells or springs which is exposed to the visible and dark rays of the sun all the day has its fradho naturally in a very high order of efficiency and activity. In the Jashan ceremony the officiating priest who is a practitioner of highest mental and physical purity accumulates all the thermo-electromagnetic forces from all the things placed before him in the ceremonial apparatus by means of the stauda or color vibrations of the Avastic mantra, and 130 laws of higher science taught in Zoroastrian Belijun. Through Berayur the thermal energy of the fire placed before him he creates a very grand and powerful magnet as it were of the most beautiful spiritual unseen currents and forces. This accumulation of currents is forwarded through fire to the realms of the unseen world which is a region of highly accelerated vibrations. As a result of this in accordance with the laws of attraction or attunement the beneficent spiritual forces from yazids or angels rain down here to meet the force going above from the Jashan ceremony officiator. Thus an actual shower of higher spiritual forces and currents is brought down here and propagated over a very large compass by means of all such ceremonies like the Jashan ceremony intended to benefit the living. The writer of Zoroastrian theology who seems to ignore the working of the inner subtle laws of nature, a physical aspect of which is taught even by the principles of modern science, speaks emphatically in disfavor of Zoroastrian rituals, because he cannot understand the invisible process underlying these rituals when he studies the grammar and word-for-word rendering of the Avestan texts in his present possession, which form as we have seen a very meager fraction of the entire lore given by the prophet himself. The writer of Zoroastrian theology displays absolute ignorance of what Zoroastrian religion implies when he says on p. 359 that religion is not a repository of physical science, and such theories do not form part of Zoroastrianism. The ethical principles of Zarathustra transcend all time. They are the eternal elements that constitute his religion. We find from these words that the writer separates physical science from Zoroastrian religion, whereas in reality Zoroastrianism implies the entire knowledge of all the laws of the universe. The physical world is only a part of the entire universe, and the laws of the physical world or knowledge of physical science cannot be excluded from the knowledge of religion which implies the knowledge of all the laws of the universe. The part or physical science is implied in the whole or religion. The Zoroastrian religion has its esoteric side just as the visible Zobostbayan Kabbaligin means universal science. 131 Man has his invisible counterpart the soul, and just as this visible world has its unseen realms also. The Zoroastrian religion is the most esoteric inasmuch as it is very difficult to be understood by studying merely the exoteric meanings, and grammar etc. The esoteric element in Zoroastrian lore bears the same ratio to the exoteric as 7:1, because the physical visible world is roughly speaking only 1/8 part of the entire universe. Hence we find in Zoroastrian religion all the laws of nature expounded and explained, the major portion referring to the esoteric or the laws of the unseen states of existence re-soul, heaven, angels, archangels etc., and the minor referring to the exoteric or the laws of the physical stage of existence. Purity of the body and laws of sanitation and hygiene, the laws of health and prevention of diseases against invisible microbes or druj, jaws of physical magnetic purity and seclusion of menstruated women, all these laws of higher physical science are to be found taught even in the meager extant Avesta scriptures. If the writer of Zoroastrian theology means to convey from his words on p. 359 that Zoroaster could not have possessed knowledge of the laws of the physical world and of physical science and that therefore he should not have preached scientific laws of nature working in the physical world, we must say that the writer is totally unaware of the 21 nasks full of knowledge given by the prophet, as also of the scope of Zoroastrian religion. Distinguish religion from science thus that science is knowledge invented from time to time by the effort of the intellect of man in its development, while religion is knowledge given by a highly developed soul through inspiration or influx of his heart. The former is ever changing on account of the limitation of man's intellect, but the latter is constant, for it is given once for all as it exists immutably in nature for all times. Religion therefore implies inspired knowledge of all the laws of nature, both of the physical world and of the unseen world, and therefore to say that religion is not a repository of physical science reflects ignorance on the part of the writer of a true between and distinction science religion 132 Importance given in Avesta to ritual apparatus. Hence we are able to see that Zoroastrian rituals, which are based on all the higher laws of nature working throughout all the planes of the universe, do necessarily imply a knowledge of the laws of higher physical science as well as higher spiritual science. As the writer of Zoroastrian theology is at a loss to understand the working of Zoroastrian rituals which are based on those fundamental laws of nature, he cannot understand the importance given to the requisites of Zoroastrian ritual apparatus in the so-called later Avesta. He says somewhat cynically on p. 80. Common in with the Vedas, the Avestan texts deify the ritual implements, textual passages of the scriptures, and other like objects. The following are the objects that come in for a share of invocation in the ritual: Hauma, Isma, or the wood for the fire altar, Bearsman or the sacred twigs, Zarathustra, or libations, one's own soul, and Fravashi, the Gathas, the chapters of the Yajna Hapkang Haiti, meters, lines, words of the chapters of the Haptain Haiti, intellect, conscience, knowledge, and even sleep. Thus the Creator and his creature, angel, and man, ceremonial implements and scriptural texts are all alike made the objects of adoration and praise. After we have tried to understand the working of Zoroastrian rituals and the basis of that working, we see that the words quoted abo/e reflect ignorance of the laws of Zoroastrian rituals. It is on account of the stauda and mantra laws that textual passages having the best mantric, staudic and vibratory effect are given importance in the scriptures, one of the best such instances being the word effect of Haptain Haiti. Then the Hauma, the Bearsman, the Zarathustra, or water and milk, and Isma or special fragrant wood and other incenses for fire, all these serve to create the best magnetic, thermal, and electric forces and currents in the higher Zoroastrian rituals, and hence it is that so much importance is assigned to these in the Avesta. Just as a scientist has to take great care as to the efficient condition of all the implements, instruments, and apparatus used in his laboratory in order to produce the desired result in his experiment visibly and intellectually, in the same way the ritual performer who is a spiritual scientist has to be very particular wider ignorance of the fundamental laws of rituals. 133 and accurate and precise about the efficiency of all the implements to be taken into use in any ceremonial in order to enable himself to produce the desired effect of that ritual invisibly and spiritually. If the writer of Zoroastrian theology had been but aware of the 10 fundamental laws of Zoroastrian rituals, the laws which are the universal laws of nature working everywhere from the physical to the spiritual planes of existence and at all times, he would not have shown his cynical surprise for the praise and importance given to the ritual implements in the books of Izashni, Visparad, and Yashts, which are the extant fragments of different nasks now lost to us, but which, as the writer of Zoroastrian theology dreams, were composed by the ignorant deceiving dupe priests, of a later date only for the sake of earning their livelihood by means of performing rituals based on those texts. Being in the same way absolutely ignorant of the working of the same scientific laws in the ceremonials intended for the helping of the departed souls onward in their march in the unseen world, the writer of Zoroastrian theology puts a strange and awkward comparison on p. 304 between Zoroastrian Yagna and the Hindu Yagna rites. He says in the chapter headed *Exodus to India that the Parsi Athravan tended his sacred fire, even as the Hindu Athravan did his in the next street. The Parsi Mobad performed the Asna ceremony and squeezed the Hauma plant as his Hindu Brahmin neighbor practiced his Yagna rites and pounded soma. These words, when put side by side with the words on p. 343 viz. The average Parsi did not fail to borrow many superstitious customs and habits from the Hindus as well as from the Mohammedan. During the later period, many alien customs had thus worked their way into Zoroastrianism. Seem to convey to the reader that Yasna was not originally a Zoroastrian ceremonial, nor Hauma ceremony a purely Zoroastrian one. The writer of Zoroastrian theology means to say that 134 the actual scientific efficacy of the Izashni ceremony. Zoroaster never taught a single ritual, that all rituals were of a later date, introduced by the later priests for the sake of finding their living, and that therefore the Yagna and Hauma ceremonials were imitations of the Hindu Yagna and Soma rituals. No one having seen the Hindu Yagna Aod Soma rituals will ever dare compare the Zoroastrian Yagna and Haumawi rituals. Have proved already that Yagna is of a purely Zoroastrian origin, having been taught by Zoroaster and in the Gathas, and that the Yagna with Hauma ceremony has been specially taught by Zoroaster, Zoroaster himself having performed the Hauma ceremony. Thus there are ideas here and there to be seen in the book of Zoroastrian theology so vague and crude that they are prone to produce a baneful influence on the mind of the reader in shaking his faith and belief from its very root if he is as ignorant of the laws of Zoroastrian rituals as the writer of the book. In the Grand Izashni ceremony, or Yasna as it is otherwise called, the Hauma or sacred plant, the bearsman or sacred twigs, the jivam or pure milk, danan or sacred wheaten bread, apam or pure spring water, havanim or metal tumbler for pounding Hauma, tashta or metal plate, etc., etc., have all their practical deep meanings and functions for which they are taken, serving as the most essential requisites of the Zoroastrian apparatus. Cannot enter here into the details as to how all these things actually work and produce their individual hydroelectric, magnetic and other effects in producing the collective ultimate desired result. The officiator in the Izashni ceremony collects all the finer hydroelectromagnetic forces received from the things employed therein by means of the mantras of the 72 chapters of the Yagna, and with the one thought in his mind concentred for the betterment of the departed soul, he sends out this accumulated battery through the energy of the fire, which is in turn connected with the forces of Srash Yazid to the exact station of the soul in the unseen world, where the soul is helped on in its progress by the forces of Srash and other angels on account of the ceremonial force sent thither. The Hauma ceremony is, as we have already seen, the fundamentum of the Hauma and Yagna, not at all identical with Soma and Yagna. 135 Ceremony and Amp, Lt. Na, which produces the grand ultimate result described above. The Hindu religion has inculcated its own rituals according to the stage sufficient for that religion, but neither Zoroastrianism has borrowed the Ya9 Na and Hauma ceremonials from Hinduism, nor Hinduism its Yagna and Soma rituals from Zoroastrianism. In the absence of any visible resemblance or of logical comparison between the Yajna of Zoroastrianism and the Yajna of Hinduism, or between the Hauma of Zoroastrianism and the Soma of Hinduism, it amounts merely to speculation and ignorance to say that Yana and Haorna are but later introductions made by Zoroastrian priests in imitation of the Hindu Yajna and Soma rituals. In this third chapter, while refuting the groundless and baneful opinions of the writer of Zoroastrian theology re Zoroastrian rituals, we are making only a humble attempt to superficially place before the unbiased thinking readers of both the books, this one and the original book of Zoroastrian theology itself, how Zoroastrian ceremonials are based on subtle scientific laws of nature, and why ignorant writers on Zoroastrianism like the writer of the book cannot explain all these. Such writers first ignore the fact of there being 21 nasks of Avesta scriptures taught by Zoroaster, and then try to explain the philosophy and theology and ethics of Zoroastrianism as learned by them from the crude and vague translations of the meager Avesta fragments now extant. The prophet has propounded in all these nasks the entire laws of the universe, all the laws of higher physics, chemistry, biology, optics, acoustics, mechanics, electricity, enagnetism, dynamics, numbers, logic, astronomy, astrology, geomancy, mathematics, efficient formulae, vibrationary colors, physiognomy, phrenology, palmistry, etc., 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 all the known and up to now unknown sciences of the universe. Hence it is that Zoroaster is styled the master scientist, one who has gone foremost in the scale of evolution, Ururost, in the Gathas *, the only one who heard the precepts of Hormazd, Yo no evo sas neo gushada Zarathustro spidamo, also in the Gathas, and it is for this reason that Manthra Spenta is regarded as Master 136 Master Scientist Zoroaster Master Science Manthra. Science, Farhang and Farhang Manthra Spenta, comprising within it all the sciences in their perfection. Being ignorant of all this, the writer of Zoroastrian theology speaks irresponsibly against the teaching of Zoroastrian rituals, and such books containing irreligious ideas about Zoroastrianism have certainly proved baneful to the ideas of the community on the whole. The writer himself complains of non-Zoroastrian practices engrafted on Zoroastrianism on p. 343, saying that, and quote, the mediation of a Brahmin or of a mullah was often rated higher than that of a mabad, and a Sanskrit mantra or an Arabic kalma was regarded more efficacious for the purchase of heavenly boons than an Avestan mantra. With rich offerings did the faithful repair to the tombs of Muslim saints and to Hindu shrines. The grandeur of the Mazdayasnian teachings had faded. End quote. This complaint in itself can be looked upon as the direct baneful result of the teachings about Zoroastrian religion by men like the present writer. Such a complaint is very rare, no doubt, because a majority of the community are still, we are glad to say, very faithful to their religious teachings, and truthful to the traditional observances of all religious canons, customs, and ceremonials. But when the minority come in touch with the views and opinions, radically diametrically opposite to those in vogue and in scriptural teachings unknown to almost all the community, expressed by writers like the writer of Zoroastrian theology, they dwindle in their faith, and then, regarding everything of their own religion as meaningless and impracticable and useless, they naturally resort to the teachings and practices of other religions. If irresponsible writers like the one of the book under review speak very disrespectfully of the Avesta prayers as he does on p. 344, it is but natural that people may be led astray and may pay respect to Arabic kalma or to Sanskrit mantra in place of the Avesta mantra. If people are publicly taught to shake off their belief from Zoroastrian rituals, they have no other alternative so-called bifakmebs. Aee go bituals. 137 but to follow the rites of other religions, Hindu idol worship or Mahomedan tomb worship. There is another instance of such radical denouncement of the rituals performed for the departed souls on pages 347 and 348, where under the heading "The Progressives Denounce the Intercessory Prayers for the Dead" he says, and quote, the recital of the padat, or expiatory prayer, forms an important part of the ceremonies performed in honor of the dead. The reformers took up the question and said that no amount of ceremonials performed by the living could either mitigate the sufferings or improve his condition in the spiritual world. His sins could not be atoned for by elaborate rituals performed in his name, nor would he be one whit the happier for them. It is true, they further said, that according to the scriptures, the benefit of the ceremonials performed for the dead accrues to the soul during the first 3 nights after death while it still hovers over the body, but from the period of the dawn of the 4th day when justice is administered to the soul, and it is awarded its special place, the rituals do not affect its position. Any ceremonies performed after this day, that is on the monthly and yearly anniversaries or on any other occasions, are mainly for the farohar of the dead man, and not for his soul. In fact, it was claimed, that rites are more for the interest of the living than for the imagined interest of the dead. Zoroastrianism, they said, never stood for any kind of vicarious salvation, for the question of salvation or damnation rested on the individual's own dual deeds. End quote. A very long quotation indeed, but we have to insert it here in order to enable the reader to make out the sophistry concealed under this very sound opinion of the reformers. We shall arrange some of the important points of interest contained in this quotation as under 1. The writer speaks against the recital of patit or expiatory prayer for the dead. In the Zoroastrian rituals and prayers, the thought force and the word force are the 2 indispensable forces bringing the desired result thereof. The patit is a Pazend treatise serving as a collection of essential thoughts of repentance. The 1838 the Kesital of patit, i.e. expiatory pkeib necessary. Soul after its separation from the physical body can best learn a good deal of correction of the undesirable thoughts, words, and actions practiced during its stay in the physical world when it receives the thought vibrations as collected in the recital of the patit as part of rituals performed for it by the living relations and friends. From the recital of patit for the departed soul the benefit derived is not a cancellation of its unmeritorious thoughts, words, deeds, but a discerning of what is right and what is wrong, of what the soul ought to have practiced in order to fulfill the goal of spiritual unfoldment, and of what the soul ought to have abstained from in order not to retard the progress towards the goal. The recital of patit as part of ceremonials and prayers for the departed soul therefore never implies atonement for its sins, but rather strength and courage and peace in order to endure the reactionary punishment of its sins by receiving a thought force of promises never to go again to the wrong path during its long career of progress. The recital of patit never signifies any kind of interference or intercession in the act of justice meted out to the soul by nature according to the law of Pachiajet, i.e., reaction of an action or XL cause and effect, explained in the Gathas 6:8. The meaning assigned by the writer of Zoroastrian theology to the rule of reciting the patit is very objectionable, for intercession as taught in the Zoroastrian scriptures is always absurd and impossible since nature is always depicted to work by fixed immutable yd laws. Ddtd ang hushpor yehide, i.e. the first laws of existence working since the creation. But the intercession or *jdangui of patit is in accordance with the mandate of religion as evinced from the words, man, az and ars va framdni pedmbari j and dangui hamdistani, i.e. I undertake the intercession in accordance with the law by virtue of precept and order of the prophet. 2. The writer's mistaken notion about Zoroastrian rituals neither lessening the pain nor giving joy to the departed soul in the unseen world, Kurdrai action graphs in Hadak Nask and Gathas 139. If we again refer to those 10 laws which form the basis of Zoroastrian rituals, we can easily understand the actual function of Zoroastrian rituals. The rituals in themselves will neither lessen the number of sins nor increase the number of good actions of the soul. That account is closed with the cessation of the last breath in the physical world, but there is one point here which ought to be carefully borne in mind. The Avesta word kirta or the Pahlavi Kurdra is very important in understanding the actual efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals. The kirta or kirdar implies literally what is done, and therefore it signifies a graphical collection of the lasting vibrations of the thoughts, words, and deeds committed by the soul during its physical existence. This collection of vibrations remains, like a thought photosphere emerged into the aura of the man, and it is impressed also in the unseen world on the particular stage to which the soul is accelerated in its progress in accordance with the pro-we portion of the good or bad nature of its life actions. Find in the Hadith Nask a very elaborate description of the accompaniment of this thought photosphere or the Kurdar with the soul throughout its march on the dawn of the fourth day after death in the unseen world and remains concatenated with the soul. Two separate fargards of the Hadith Nask are devoted to this subject, viz. the second and the third, the second treating of the good Kurdar of a soul compared to a most beautiful maiden, and the third of the bad Kurdar of a soul which is compared to a most ugly woman. This idea of the Kurdar having been taught in a special Nask deserves a good deal of importance in the treatment of Zoroastrian rituals, and it is supported even by the Gathas. The Gatha HN 3120 describes the punishment meted out to the soul of an unholy person having a bad Kurdar or collection of the vibrations of unmeritorious thoughts, words, and deeds. In the same way Gatha Ha 53:6 refers to the precept against bad Kurdar. Again Gatha 49:11 depicts the condition of souls having a bad Kurdar, which is a collection of dushkshathreng, i.e. acts of abuse of power, dushshyothneng, i.e. evil actions, dusvachamho, i.e. undesirable words, and amp, lt, dusdanan consciences, if yushmanani ho, i.e. evil, i.e. an amp, gt. 140 rituals help fob the soul on the unseen planes. Evil thoughts, and the bad Kurdar is collectively represented as aktish harethtish, i.e. all sorts of evil food or evil aura accompanying the soul. Of the many passages regarding the good Kurdar we may refer to Gatha 46:19 and 10, both of which deal with the merit deserved by a soul of good Kurdar. Having thus established the law of Kurdar as taught in Zoroastrian rituals, we shall now try to understand the direct ultimate result produced by Zoroastrian rituals. The collective electromagnetic force, including the thought effect and the word effect created by the officiator in the ceremony in accordance with those 10 fundamental laws, has sufficient motor power to proceed to the exact stage of the soul under thought of the officiator and to touch the Kurdar or photosphere that is hovering round the soul. If it is a bad Kurdar, it becomes a great deal of annoyance, disease, unease, and punishment for the soul. If a good one, it becomes a source of happiness, ease and delight and reward to the soul. Hence the force sent through the medium of Zoroastrian rituals either increases teja, peace and ecstasy of the soul of good Kurdar, or we mitigates the unrest felt by a soul of bad Kurdar. May take a rough simile which must not be construed as a logical analogy in order to understand this important item in the study of Zoroastrian rituals. Just as a man in the physical world suffering from disease, calamity, or poverty requires medical treatment, mental and verbal consolation and even pecuniary help, in the same way a departed soul of bad Kurdar, having been put into that sorry plight on account of the ignorance of the laws of nature, is in need of the kind of help under its own circumstances, and that best kind of help I taught by Zoroaster is the holy ritual. The performance of ritual in honor of the dear departed ones has been ordained as the incumbent duty of the living towards the dead. How can the living father, mother, or husband or wife or children, brother or sister, and friend best remember and express the deep sense of obligation and love towards those of whom any one of these has been deprived, except by means of the Zoroastrian rituals, which propound a systematic procedure based on the most fundamental laws of nature for establishing ritualistic communication between the living and the departed. 141 A channel of communication between the living and the dear departed ones. Another rough simile may be given in order to understand the need of Zoroastrian rituals for a soul of bad Kurdar or of good Kurdar. If a member of a family is far removed to a distant place, the postal system or telegraph system serves as a source of communication between those separated. The messages received mutually by both the parties enable each of the parties to know the condition of the other and the need for help required by either. In the case of no need of help, mere messages of good wishes and love are also welcomed by each of the parties, and thus we can very well understand the practical utility of the communicative system and the blessings showered by it. Of course, the systems of communication in the physical world cannot work in the unseen world of ultra-physical matter, and understanding very clearly the nature of the world of ultra-physical existence and the different stations therein reached by the soul after death, Zoroaster has inculcated the best system of telegraphic, telepathic, telephemic, and teleelectric communication between the living and the departed souls, viz. Zoroastrian rituals. Thus we see that the rituals taught in Zoroastrian religion have their own proper function and utility in the grand economy of nature, and that the system of ceremonials never interferes with the law of dispensation of justice in nature. There are many other points besides which ought to be studied by those who are eager to understand the real inner working of the entire system of Zoroastrian rituals, but keeping in mind that this is a review, we must rest content with the little that is sufficient to refute the groundless speculative views of the guesswork of the writer. 3. The writer seems to believe in the efficacy of the ceremonies performed for the first 3 nights after death. If he at all condescends to admit the fact of the efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals on the soul, he dogmatically pronounces that all ceremonies performed from the period of the dawn of the 4th day do not do any good to the soul, because, as he says, 142 all ceremonies besides 3 nights * benefit the soul. Any ceremonies performed after this 4th day are mainly for the Farohar of the dead man and not for his soul. Such a meaningless and unwarranted view put into the mouth of the reformers is the radical opinion of the writer of Zoroastrian theology also, for instead of guiding his reader in the right direction, read the main principles of Zoroastrian religion and ritual, and instead of differing from the speculative fumes of the imagination of the so-called reformed school formed of the so-called Avesta students who have read grammar and translation of merely the prescribed portions from the fractional extant Avesta literature for their university examination, the writer of Zoroastrian theology always shows deference for such groundless views which have no logical basis but which help to shatter the faith and belief of some credulous people who are quite ignorant of the genuine Zoroastrian teachings. Shall raise 2 issues in this 3rd point. First, the writer seems to believe that the rituals performed for the first 3 days can reach the soul and do go to it, for the soul is in this world for the first 3 nights after death as taught in the Avesta. And secondly, he believes that the rituals performed after this 3rd day go only to the Farohar and not to the soul. Thus the writer seems to be at a loss to understand how the rituals performed from the 4th day onward can reach the soul in the unseen world. This is the first difficulty in the way of his belief in the efficacy of rituals on account of his absolute ignorance of the main principles, just referred to, of the Zoroastrian rituals. The soul's presence during the first 3 nights in this world makes it easy for him to believe that the rituals performed near the place where the soul is supposed to make its station create a possibility for them to affect the soul's condition. Thus the writer of Zoroastrian theology has in his mind the idea of physical law of space, and he cannot believe that the rituals can reach the soul after the 3rd day, as the soul is very far removed from this earth and is stationed somewhere in the unseen world. But he ought to know that in Zoroastrian rituals no such kltuals beach the realms unseen. 143 Physical law of space can work since there is no idea of space in the unseen world. The idea of locality or space is confined to the physical earth, and the rituals performed here can send their accumulated force to the unseen world without regard to space. Hence the first point at issue could have been easily solved if the writer had studied the laws of thought and vibrations working at the bottom of all Zoroastrian rituals. Regarding the second point at issue, we must say that it is only a false excuse for defending the writer's own thesis of "no he rituals necessary for the soul," puts in a very lame argument that the rituals if performed after the 3rd day can reach the Farohar and not the soul. And this argument can be raised to the ground by a very simple question. The Farohar, whatever it may be, for the writer has never explained what the word Farohar implies, is in the unseen world, and how can the rituals performed here travel there to the unseen world in accordance with the first point at issue that we have just noticed? Thus we infer that the writer does believe paraphrastically and by argument in a circle that the rituals do at least go to the unseen world. Having established the reaching of the rituals in the unseen world, we shall now contradict the statement made by the writer that the ceremonies performed after the 3rd day are mainly for the Farohar of the dead man, and not for his soul. We have in the first place clear and open Avesta references to prove that the souls ultimately do get the benefit of the worship and rituals performed with proper concentered thoughts for them. In the Fravardan 154, 155 the devotee prays thus Ashayanam dat Urano Yazamade, Kudos tandmchit nardmcht and dirindmcht, Yastid Vahi Hishta Endo Vana Inti Vd Venhan Vd Vayanare Vd, Vainantam Vanghantam Vayanilshtandano SDCHD Emid Haashayan Mashayan Indm Shaham Chidanam Shah Bayoduska Erb Nern Shah Fravashim Shah Asterisk Yazamade Yoi as Tidi Vayanare end quote. 144 Soul and Pharaoh are always attached together. We end quote, attune ourselves here with the souls of holy men and women born at any time who revere the better laws or will revere or have revered. We attune ourselves here with the conscience, heart intelligence, soul, and Pharaoh of the holy males and females, who are revering, who will revere, and who have revered the law, and who are learners of the law, and who fought successfully for the sake of end quote, holiness. Here we notice that even in the Frabardanyasht, which is mainly a prayer in honor of the various holy Pharaohs or Gur Dayan spirits working in the evolution of the entire universe, the souls, Av Urano, in the plural and Nemsha in the singular, are remembered in the ceremonial recital of the same Yasht. Similarly in the same Yasht 148, we find the following end quote, Vispandrarubcha Ayang Mashayan Mashayan Indm dot Chahid Ha Yazamade Fravisham Yisht Myashath Vacha Urvano Zaoidiska Fravisheo. End quote, we end quote, attune ourselves here with every Pharaohar of the holy males and females, whose souls and Pharaohars being worthy of Yachna are worthy of invocation and propitiation. End quote, in this paragraph it is seen that the souls, Urvano, are invoked side by side with the Pharaohars, and thus we see that the souls and the Pharaohars are put as it were in the same category of invocation, and are given equal importance in the ceremonial. Then in more than one passage in the same Farvardanyasht we find as in 155 the quinquenary of Ahamcha, Danamsha, Bayodaska, Urvanemsha, Fravashimsha in invocation, and in this group the soul and the Pharaohar are always remembered simultaneously. Hence we see at least from these Avestan passages that the souls are not excluded from ceremonial invocation, but are always kept in association with the idea of the Pharaohar, and hence it can be inferred that the idea of the soul in ceremonial is always implied or latent wherever the idea of the Pharaohar is made manifest or patent in ceremonial recital. And this is the actual fact seen when we understand the nature of Pharaohar and the soul. The writer of Zoroastrian Benefit of Rituals EECE 1 VED by Soul through Farakhr 146 Theology has omitted to express his meaning of Pharaohar, and it is our duty to give some idea of it since the writer has referred to it. It is beyond our brain conception to understand what the soul is, and in the same way the abstract conception of the Pharaohar is quite unintelligible. But this is the possible inference that can be drawn from the above quoted Avesta passages that Pharaohar, which literally means protecting or guardian spirit, is some power of the soul itself acting as its guardian in the path of its progress. It is on account of this reason that the Pharaohar serves as a medium for transmitting the ceremonial force to the soul itself. Hence in the Avesta we find passages stating that in the ceremonial the Pharaohar attends when the soul is invoked, and that the Pharaohars can come from the unseen realms and move about freely where the ceremonial is being performed. The soul cannot come to this world with one exception of the 10 Fravardigan days to attend the ceremonial locality, but that the Pharaohars can come is evidenced from the Avesta, and this has given rise to the wrong belief of the writer of the book that the ceremonials are taken advantage of by the Pharaohars and not by the souls. Must therefore make it clear that the Pharaohar is as it were only one ray or emanation sent forth by the soul, and through the instrumentality of this Pharaohar the soul receives the benefit of the effects of rituals. The thought of the soul in the mind of the operator of rituals is sufficient to invite the Pharaohar of that soul, and it is an open fact very well known that Pharaohar can be present at any time and place whenever one merely thinks of it. Just as physically the eyes do not get the benefit of seeing the surrounding objects but the seer gets it, in the same way the Pharaohar, which is only a connecting link and medium between the vibratory force of the ceremonial on the one hand and the soul itself on the other, does not receive the benefit of the ceremonial but the soul itself receives it. The very well-known phrase Asho Pharaohar end quote, familiarly ringing in the ears of every Parsi implies that holy power or ray or guardian spirit of the soul which is free to move about whenever the soul is remembered with its name. Zoroaster's own Pharaohar is in Pahlavi styled end quote, Yashtyazdan Pharaohar 19146 Pharaoh Gra Bay emanating from the soul itself. Ispitaman Zort Liaslit Mir Fing the Pharaohar or guardian spirit of Spitaman Zarthasht which is worthy of propitiation like that of the angels, and this implies that the power of the Pharaohar or ray of the soul of Zoroaster was undoubtedly higher in proportion to the stage of his soul. Hence we see that the Pharaohar and soul are inseparably linked together, and to say that the ceremonials affect the Pharaohar only, must therefore imply that they affect the soul as well, which is in direct contact with the Pharaohar extended from itself. In the Pazend formula preserved to us for reciting the name of a deceased person we have the words expressly conveying that rituals are ultimately meant for the benefit of the soul. In every Afrinan ceremony the operator with the recital of the name of the deceased adds the words idar and ydd ladana sharabn rabn iso and so, i.e. the let immortal soul, the soul of so and so be remembered here. Thus we notice throughout that ceremonials are meant ultimately for the benefit of the soul either directly or indirectly through the channel of Pharaohar guiding the ceremonial force to the soul itself. Even if it is granted for sake of mere hypothesis that the ceremonials are meant for the Pharaohar, then this is inferred from the words of the writer of the book that Zoroastrian ceremonials have got their efficacy no doubt but with respect to Pharaohar only. If after this inference we proceed further and ask what that Pharaohar is and in what relation it stands with the deceased person or his soul, we expect some sensible reply from the writer. That sensible reply will ultimately oblige the writer himself to say that the soul being a unit in whatever relation it may stand with respect to the Pharaohar, does get the effect of the force of ceremonial. Otherwise the idea that the ceremonials are meant for the Pharaohar of the dead person seems to be quite meaningless inasmuch as no logical connection between the ceremonials and the Pharaohar has been shown by the writer, nor the meaning of Pharaohar explained, nor the nature of the ultimate effect of ceremonials on the Pharaohar has been clearly demonstrated. Hence we see that as in all other important matters the writer puts in some lame theses without head or tail, which neither his reader nor himself souls invoked in the Avestaphob ceremonials. 147 can properly comprehend, only in order to misguide the reader and create as much dubiousness and unsteadiness of faith as possible, and this ulterior object of the writer must be guarded against by the reader through. Before leaving this subject we shall give one more Avestic reference in support of our argument that the ceremonials do have their effect on the soul itself, and that souls of the deceased are invoked in Avesta recitals for ceremonials. It is a sentence known to all Parsis of everyday prayer habit and runs thus, idha Irastanum ervno yazamadido ashayanum fravishwi invoke here the souls of the deceased, i.e., the Pharaohars of the holy ones. This sentence, which occurs in Yagna XXVI, which is always recited in the Saturn ceremony, is repeated in every gut or prayer for the 5 periods of the day, and occurs also in the Visparad Kar Day 13. The sentence contains the simultaneous idea of both the Ervno or souls and the Fravisheo or Pharaohars, we and not that of one with the exclusion of the other. Shall ask the writer of Zoroastrian theology to prove philologically that the souls are excluded from invocation in this sentence repeated by every Zoroastrian praying 5 times a day in the recital of all the gods, the Havan, the Rapatvan, the Oziran, the Ivasruthram, and the Ushahin, and to desist in his future works from making such idle attempts at digging the staunch faith of the Parsi public, who are unfortunately almost all of them ignorant of the original Avesta and Pahlavi studies. Among the many self-contradictory statements made by the writer of the book, an instance may be given from pages 147, 148, and from this any reader of ordinary common sense will be able to see that the writer does recognize the efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals. There under the heading Fravishis of the dead long for the sacrifices he says these are eager to communicate with the living among whom have lived on this earth. They desire that their descendants and 148 reciprocal blessings effected by ceremonials. Kindred shall not forget them, they seek their praise and prayer, sacrifice and invocation. They come down flying from their heavenly abode to the earth on the last 10 days of the Zoroastrian calendar, which are specially consecrated to them, and interest themselves in the welfare of the living as quoted for the Fravardan Yasht 49, 50. There are many points in this passage worth noticing. In the first place, the Fravishis or Pharaohars of the departed souls yearn for rituals. Now, whether the souls and the Pharaohars are mutually related or not, the writer does mean to say that the rituals are desired by the departed ones. Hence, to say that the ceremonials performed after the third day do no good to the dead, as on pages 347 to 348, will be quite inconsistent with saying that the Pharaohars of the dead long for rituals. Secondly, the Pharaohars of the dead are eager for establishing a communication with their relations who are still living on the earth, and the eagerness points out the law of reciprocal good, i.e., good done to the departed souls by the living relations by means of the ceremonials, and the blessings showered upon the relations by the departed souls who get the benefit of the rituals through the agency of their own Pharaohars. This law of reciprocal blessings is corroborated by the heading of the next paragraph on p. 148, viz. Tu Fravishis bless if satiated, but curse when offended. Thus we learn from the writer's own words that the ceremonial benefit is longed for by the Pharaohars of the departed souls from their relations on the earth, who are blessed in return by very happy thoughts by the souls from the unseen world. The Pharaohars actually seek the ritual and invocation performed for them, and if they do not get a response to their requirement from their living relations, the former curse the latter with neglect of their grave and important duty towards the departed ones. Hence it is a duty of all living ones to perform ceremonials for their dear departed ones who are awaiting with eagerness such a beneficent force of ritual. Thirdly, the manner of coming of the Pharaohars flying to this earth gives us an idea of the force emanating from the soul Fakohar, the channel between soul and ceremonial. 149 and far stretching to this earth as a medium for transmitting the ritual force through the channel of the Pharaohar towards the soul in the unseen world. The long trail made by the flying Pharaohar is itself the channel established from the starting point, i.e. the soul, up to the destination point, i.e. the place, where the rituals are performed by the living relations and where the relations always think of their dear departed ones. The writer here also says that the Pharaohars interest themselves in the welfare of the living, and this fact reiterates the idea of the law of reciprocal good done mutually by the departed souls through their Pharaohars and by the living relations through the accumulated force of ceremonials. Thus we conclude that the statements made speculatively on pages 347, 348 are mere idols of the mind of the writer, and especially the thesis that the ceremonials performed after the third day do not do any good to the departed souls is a deliberate insinuation made in order to misguide the public, because what he says on pages 147, 148 from the Avesta text of the Fravardinyasht is diametrically opposite to those statements. Hence it can be averred of the book of Zoroastrian theology that it is not meant under any circumstances to give right and genuine knowledge of Zoroastrian theology, nor to render any healthy tonic for the weak faith of the ignorant, but simply it is meant to be a potion of poison administered so as to bring the weak belief of the ignorant Parsi public to its ultimate end. Such a meaning can never be tolerated by us, the meaning implied by a Parsi priest who is said to have acquired a certain amount of Western education in the land of science and philosophy. We have so far seen from the Avesta scriptures in more ways than one that the rituals are necessary for the departed ones for helping on their progress in the unseen world, and that the departed ones do long toward the rituals in return for which they bless the living ones who perform such ceremonials either directly or indirectly through their own Pharaohars or guardian spirits hovering over the souls. The ceremonials, as we have seen while making reference to Kurdra action graph 150 product of Kurdar and Yakna affect soul position of the departed soul, are necessary for both the soul of good Kurdar and the soul of bad Kurdar, and the fact that the ceremonials are necessary even for a good soul is supported by the writer on p. 276, where it is said that when ceremonies are performed for the good of the good soul, it goes to heaven, but when performed, it ascends to the highest Garotman. Here it is clearly stated that there is always a double action multiplied of the deeds done by a soul and of the ceremonials done for it, and hence the emphasis laid by the writer on the individual's own deeds with the exclusion of ceremonial good done to the departed soul on p. 348 is quite erroneous and misdirected, because on p. 276 the words clearly point out that both the Kurdar or action graph and the yajna or ritual multiplied together. Affect the position and the condition of the soul, whether of good or bad kirdar, in the unseen world. Another instance of the writer's habit of contradicting his own views is again noticeable on p. 348, where he says that the rites are more for the interest of the living than for the imagined interest of the dead. In these words the word imagined is the most objectionable word even from the writer's own former assertions made from Avesta and Pahlavi scriptures in the former pages of his book, as we have just marked. Have already pointed out in the beginning of this third main head that the system of Zoroastrian rituals has two main divisions, that of the rituals specially meant for the living ones on earth as quite distinct from the division of the ceremonials expressly intended for helping on the progress of the departed souls in the unseen world. Besides this systematic division of Zoroastrian rituals, we have seen that the writer himself has admitted the good effect resulting from the ceremonials to the departed soul, and in spite of such evident facts, if he puts in the word as imagined above, it is very difficult for us to find language suitable and appropriate for the style adopted by the writer in HJQ Book J. Rituals meant for both Pharaoh and soul. L5L in connection with this same subject of rituals, whether meant for the Pharaohs or the souls of the departed, we cannot but make another important reference from the book of Zoroastrian theology. On p. 150 under the heading Dual Nature of Zoroastrian Ancestor Worship he says that the commemoration of the Pharaohs of the dead represents but one phase of ancestor worship. As we have already seen, this spiritual prototype of man is something apart from and above his soul. It is the soul that constitutes the individuality of the person, and it is natural for the survivors to feel that they should look to the soul of the dead for the continuity of communication with them. The sacrifices and prayers offered to the Pharaohs are primarily for soliciting their help and favor. Those offered to the souls of the dead on the anniversaries soon take a vicarious form and rest on the central idea that the performance of rites by the descendants enables the souls of the dead to progress from a lower to a higher place in the next world. Thus man's Pharaoh and soul both are thought to claim respective, their commemoration from the relatives of the departed one. These two distinct forms of ancestor worship, the one of invoking the Pharaohs of the dead for the good of the living and the other of sacrificing unto the souls with the desire of contributing to their betterment in the next world, often overlap each other. The intermingling of the two becomes so complete that the souls and not the Pharaohs are supposed to come down to the rituals even on the days originally consecrated to the Pharaohs. In fact, their cult is practically forgotten, and the souls alone receive the entire share of the rituals performed by the living. A very lengthy quotation, no doubt, but we have to give it since it makes clear all our points explained in the foregoing pages. From the whole it is seen clearly at least that the writer does admit the fact of the efficacy of the Zoroastrian rituals. And he points out the two distinct forms, viz., the rituals for the Pharaohs of the dead, and those for the souls of the dead, but being ignorant of the relation between Pharaoh and soul as already explained by us, he thinks that the two forms overlap each other. In fact, the writer of the book has not at all understood the scientific and systematic division of Zoroastrian rituals. In the first place, there are rituals grouped together only with the object of doing good to the living by Pharaohs of souls distinct FBOMHCHNDM Pravashind means of appeals made to angels, archangels, and the Pharaohs of the various objects in the creation. Thus there are the Na, Jashan Afrinan, Fairsta and other ceremonials in honor of some one specified angel or archangel who is appealed to shower down spiritual blessing here, rendering prosperity and happiness all round on the earth, and in this respect also the Pharaohs act as mediums or channels for conveying the effect of ritual force to the unseen world and for bringing the response of that force from the angels and archangels down to this earth. But these are the Pharaohs of various objects and saintly forces in the creation, and these Pharaohs are quite distinct from the Pharaohs of the souls of the departed. Hence there are ceremonial invocations of the Pharaohs of various objects and forces styled as Ashdundam Phravashindam in the universe, to whom almost the whole of the Phravardanyasht has been dedicated, in the ceremonials meant solely for the benefit of the living. This division of ceremonials must not be confounded with the other branch of rituals meant for the benefit of the departed souls. In this division also there are the Azashni, the Afringan, the Saturn, the Farakshi, the Baj, etc., but these are performed with the sole motive of doing good to the departed soul. Here also the Pharaohars of the souls of the departed act as mediums or channels for transmitting the ritual force to the souls in the unseen world. In accordance with the law of action and reaction, or Pashiajet as it is called in the Gathas, inherently working in every department of activity in nature, these same Pharaohars of the souls of the departed bring down blessings from the souls in response to the ceremonials to the relations who perform these, just as by the same law of reciprocal response in nature the currents of the Ashimam Fravishinam in the entire universe bring down blessings of happiness and abundance to those who perform ceremonials in honor of angels and archangels. Here the underlying motives of both the divisions of Zoroastrian rituals must be borne in mind very well. In the group of rituals specially meant for the souls of the departed there is the underlying and primary Pharaohars and Ashdundm Fravishindmin rituals. 153 Motive of giving help and sending a helping and peace-creating force of ceremonials to the soul in the unseen world, and the good resulting therefrom. The living relations is merely a secondary issue in response to the main function, this response coming automatically and naturally without any desire on the part of the living relations to do good to themselves by means of these rituals. Now in the group of ceremonials specially meant for doing good to the living themselves the underlying motive is altogether different. Here the primary object is happiness and good of the living sought by those who perform such ceremonials, and the motive here is that of earnest appeal or sincere supplication made to the Creator and his ministers of grace to have mercy and shower blessings on the appellants and the supplicants. Thus we learn that the primary motives underlying both the different groups of ceremonials are quite distinct, the one of rendering help to the dear departed souls, the other of yearning for happiness and prosperity for the living persons. Also learn that in both these groups of Zoroastrian rituals Fravishis and Pharaohars act no doubt, but these Fravishis and Pharaohars are also clearly distinguished, in the one case the Pharaohars of the departed souls themselves acting generally as mediums of transmission, while in the other the forces from Ashaunam Fravashis of saintly currents and objects in the universe in general work as channels of communication. If this distinction between the ceremonials performed for the ultimate benefit of the departed souls and those for the ultimate good of the living beings be clearly understood, the intermingling, the overlapping, the vicariousness, the forgetting of the Fravishi cult, etc., etc., talked of with unmeaning doubt by the writer in the long quotation above will all vanish when the solution has been clearly made as above. The ceremonials performed for the last 10 days of the Zoroastrian calendar having got a special explanation and meaning on the very line adopted by us may be omitted at present, for it is not in the sphere of this review to write a treatise on Zoroastrian rituals. What we have to notice from all this is that the writers on Zoroastrian religion must have a clear and exhaustive knowledge of many scientific systems and divisions of 2154 lack of genuine information in writers on Zoroastrianism. Various subjects, and they must have obtained a deep insight into all the apparent anomalies at present superficially observed by us in the discussion of Zoroastrian religion, and that therefore writers of books like Zoroastrian theology must understand their responsibility in nature, for the ignorance of the reader of any book may be tolerated perhaps sometimes, but the ignorance of the writer of any book can never be overlooked with pity. The book of Zoroastrian theology, which is nothing but a jumble of disconnected, distorted, imperfect and raw ideas about various subjects pertaining to Zoroastrian religion, if taken up as a book of authority on those subjects anywhere, will have its painful and destructive effect on the question for which the authority is required. XXIX. Lastly, in chapter specially written on Pharaohars, pages 243 to 246, the writer evinces his own weakness to understand the functions of the Avestan Fravishi and of Pahlavi Pharaohar. He complains of the Pahlavi writers as confounding Irohars with the souls, but he is at the same time ignorant that the Pharaohars are so very akin to souls that it is quite natural to identify both in many approximately the same functions of theirs. as for instance the ceremonials performed with the underlying motive of helping the departed souls in their progress onward in the unseen world are received, as we have already learnt, by the souls through the mediumship of their own Pharaohs. Here it would not be wrong to say that the Pharaohs receive the ceremonials or that the souls receive the effect of the rituals or that both the Pharaohs and the souls receive it. All the three ways of saying this are right from their own respective standpoints, which ought to have been made clear while saying in any one of these three ways. It seems therefore that the Pahlavi writers are right from their own standpoint, but the writer of Zoroastrian theology is at a loss to understand in the first place the relation between Pharaoh and soul, and secondly the standpoint taken in any writing by the Pahlavi expounder. Hence the three headings in the same chapter, viz. In the Pahlavi period the influence of Pharaohs is less prominent, the it for is welfare of the living that the Pharaohs solicit victuals peepfobend even in times of persecution. 155 sacrifices the line of distinction between the souls and the Pharaohs of the dead is gradually obliterated in the Pahlavi texts. May be said to have been the result of sheer ignorance of the entire subject of soul and Pharaoh on the part of the writer, which gives rise to such speculative headings. Here we can put in the common adage for the writer where ignorance is bliss 'tis folly to be wise. Before closing this third main head we shall refer to some other important points which ought not to be left out. On pages 298 and 299 the writer, while giving a very touching view of the religious persecution of the Zoroastrians in Persia, refers to the performance of rites even by stealth thus. Zoroastrianism inspired them from within to assert themselves even in the face of disheartening obstacles of such magnitude and the fear of coming calamities that were ever imminent. Zoroastrianism has struggled for its very existence during this period in Persia, and its followers during such troublous times had to practice their religious rites by stealth. These words are sufficient in themselves to point out the importance and indispensableness attached to the Zoroastrian rituals. Ritual was the only real recourse for the Iranians to be in tune with nature in those times of persecution. Not are we told whether these unfortunate ancestors of ours performed by stealth religious rites meant for the good of the living or those meant for the departed souls, and whatever of the two main groups of ceremonials they may have performed, it is quite evident that they must have been helped by nature through the mediumship of Pharaohs, either the Pharaohs of their departed ones or the Ashimam Fravashinam of the forces of the universe in general. These people in their times of persecution must have at least received response from the unseen world in proportion to the rituals that they could possibly perform secretly. This fact further shows how inherently the idea of rituals has been inseparably linked together with the idea of Zoroastrian religion itself. Since the rituals constitute but the grand procedure for helping on the progress of the soul both during life on earth and 156 Zoroastrian religion and ritual inseparably linked together. During Sfke in the unseen world, it is but natural that the Zoroastrian religion cannot be separated from the link of Zoroastrian ritual at all. When we remember that these rituals have been based on those 10 fundamental laws of nature enumerated above and many more, we can get a faint glimpse of the reason why so much reverence has been paid from earliest times to the Zoroastrian rituals ever since the advent of Zoroaster. Our ancestors who had very staunch belief in the efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals were not totally ignorant of the laws of rituals. It is always the of the world to call our fathers fools, forgetting that one day when we shall become ancestors of our descendants you our sons will also us call so, in spite of our boasted Western education and rationalistic pride. When the Western science of vibration, sound, electricity and magnetism, light and heat, etc., will advance up to a certain stage, the fundamental laws of Zoroastrian rituals will be recognized by the future generation to be eternal grand truths in nature, truths underlying the entire machinery of the miraculous universe. The future generation of Zoroastrians, having learned to recognize the efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals with the help of Western science and scientific point of view, will stand amazed at our inability to understand this efficacy at present with the help of our educated intellect bereft of genuine faith, reverence, conscience, and sincerity. Thus we notice the degree of importance attached to the Zoroastrian rituals even in times of persecution. It was only in order to preserve all the important canons and institutions of the greatest and best law of Zoroaster, institutions which have served as the basis of all Zoroastrian rituals, that our unfortunate ancestors abandoned their wealth and property and their beloved land of Iran, and sought refuge in some place where nobody might interfere in the observance of religious canons of holiness and the performance of religious rites. Our ancestors considered the Avesta mantra and their recitals in the rituals and the ceremonial apparatus to be their sole precious heirloom inherited from their revered prophet Zoroaster, and they came ultimately to a land suitable to their own inmost thoughts of preserving this heirloom from one generation to another. This same heirloom the Abiders agnosticism, cynicism, and skepticism. 157 has been preserved till now, when some handful of wiseacres men, no doubt, who have read some books in English, passed their university examinations, read the imperfect translations of Avesta, preach publicly against the institution of Zoroastrian rituals, for they have become atheists or agnostics, or skeptics, or cynics, ridiculing all healthy ancient religious traditions and customs passed down to us traditionally, as there was no such convenience of vast printing as we now can avail ourselves of. Among such men can be classed the writer of Zoroastrian theology, who has left no stone unturned in his attempts to teach agnosticism, skepticism, cynicism throughout every chapter of his book. As a last instance of such skepticism or agnosticism, we shall refer to the words of the writer on p. 371, the last page in the chapter. He says dogmas and rituals are based upon the needs of the times, and as such they are subject to the natural laws of growth and decay. They have their place in the spiritual development of man. They are the accompaniments of religion, but not religion itself. Man may fall away from dogmas and from rituals, and yet he may remain religious. Righteousness rests on the individual's piety, and not on a scrupulous observance of ceremonials, or a practice of elaborate lust rations. In the manner of a dying man catching at a straw, the writer of Zoroastrian theology, after having made ineffectual exertions throughout his book to speak con Zoroastrian rituals, says in the end of his book something the meaning of which he alone can understand. What he means by dogmas bore when joined with rituals by the conjunction and lt, and, he has not at all explained nor illustrated. Yet he recognizes the benefit of these rituals and so-called dogmas resulting in the spiritual development of man, which is the summum bonum of human life on earth, and only for the sake the rituals have been revered and believed in by the followers of Zoroaster, if not for any other sake. If rituals are the accompaniments of religion, they accompany religion, and wherever Zoroastrian religion is present, Zoroastrian rituals must therefore be present. Thus the writer himself admits that he religion and rituals taught Fe 158 concluding axioms re Zoroastrian rituals. Zoroaster are both supplementary of each other, and that one without the other would be only half or incomplete instrument for the spiritual development of man. Religious canons and their observance help man in his spiritual progress during life on earth and keep him in touch with nature and nature's laws, while religious rituals help his spiritual progress onward in the unseen world, and thus keeps the soul in touch with nature and nature's laws. Lust rations or purificatory ceremonies are meant for the physical, mental, moral, and spiritual development of man, and hence we conclude, that the lust rations and all canons or rituals of holiness are the fundaments of Zoroastrian religion. 2. That the Zoroastrian religion is and has always been associated with the Zoroastrian rituals by the law of association of ideas inherently shown by the prophet working in the rituals. 3. That the opposition given by a handful of so-called radicals has an underlying ulterior motive, for if the scrupulous observance of rituals is discarded, the work of proselytism will be facilitated to a very great extent, and then the aliens can on no account be debarred from the Zoroastrian fold. 159 Chapter 4. The writer's leaning on the authority of foreign writers in the absence of Avestic evidence while trying to show the demerits of Zoroastrianism, the writer of the book has adopted another very quaint style, viz., of quoting foreign authors and giving their opinions about a number of subjects as if the opinions were directly from Avestan teachings. We shall dismiss this fourth main head very summarily, for it is not at all important in point of review, but we have to introduce it in order to point out a peculiar way of putting into the book of Zoroastrian theology ideas speculative and vague from foreign and especially Greek writers instead of from the Avesta and Pahlavi writings which pertain to the Zoroastrian religion. In this chapter therefore there arises a question, viz. What can alien foreign writers know of teachings of Zoroastrian scriptures? On what grounds can a Parsi Zoroastrian take for gospel truth what foreign writers have taught as Zoroastrian canons and practices? Besides, the foreign writers quoted by the writer of Zoroastrian theology are almost all of them persons who were not at all students of Avesta and Pahlavi literature. They are mere writers of history of former times, and the religious canons and principles cannot be elucidated merely from vague historical ideas inserted by a writer of history in his own fashion of understanding these. Scriptural truths are quite distinct from references made by historians or other foreign writers. Shall take some of these instances given by the writer of the book. On p. 156 he says, and quote, Hippolytus relates, on the authority of Aristoxenus, that the Persians believed in two primeval causes of existence, the first being light, or the father, and the second, darkness, the mother. On the 160 anti-Zoroastrian ideas from foreign writers. Authority of Diogenes Laertius, we have the assurance that Eudoxus and Aristotle wrote of these two powers as Zeus or Oromazdes, and Hades, or Araemanios. Phitarch narrates, in the same tone, that Oromazdes came from light, and Araemanios from darkness. Plutarch himself further mentions, on the authority of Theopompus, the loss of whose excursus dealing with Zoroastrianism in antiquity is still to be deplored, that the good God ruled for 3,000 years and the evil one another 3,000 years. Diogenes confirms this statement. End quote. Here we see that the 6 or 7 names of foreign writers in this paragraph do not teach us anything about the idea of good and evil as taught in the Zoroastrian scriptures. These foreign writers have their own ideas about the subject, and in the book of Zoroastrian theology there was no necessity of relying on their authority or even referring to them. The foreign writers were also ignorant of the Zoroastrian scriptures, and the historical ideas formed by them and produced out of their own beliefs cannot be put on a level with those taught in the Zoroastrian scriptures. On p. 135 he says Phoenix, end quote, of Colophon, end quote, 280 BC, cited in Athamuas, speaks of the fire ritual of the Magi and mentions the bearsmen. Strabo says that the fire priests fed the sacred fire with dry wood, fat, and oil, and he further adds that some portions of the caul of the sacrificed animal were also placed on it. End quote. This is simply utter nonsense quoted from a foreign writer's own views. The early Zoroastrians were much wiser than the foreign historians, and they understood and observed their principles of holiness in general and of sacredness of fire far better than these foreign writers. The idea of putting the caul, and that too of a sacrificed animal, is simply shocking from the point of view of Zoroastrian scriptures, and no Zoroastrian writer would ever venture to say that such impure reverence is taught in their scriptures. It would have been very well if the writer of Zoroastrian theology had desisted from gracing his own book with such elegant, and genuine, views of foreign Greek writers. But we must bear in mind that the writer of Zoroastrian theology by doing this joins hands with foreign nonsense about sacrifices from foreign writers. 161 writers in putting the Zoroastrian religion in the light of ridicule and cynicism as much as possible. On p. 186 he says, we, end quote, gather some more particulars on the subject from the incidental references of other writers. Porphyry mentions on the authority of Eubulus that the Magi are divided into 3 classes, the first and the most learned of which neither kill nor eat anything living. Diogenes Laertius states that vegetables, cheese and bread form their food, and they content themselves with the plain ground for their bed. Clement of Alexandria mentions a sect of the Magi that observed the life of celibacy. Speaking about the designation by which the Zoroastrian priests were known in Cappadocia in his days, Strabo relates that in addition to their usual name of the Magi, the priests were called parathoi, the equivalent of the Avestan designation Athravan or fire priest, end quote. Here we find 3 more names of foreign writers, but these classical references throw no light on the original Zoroastrian teachings, and very often much confusion of ideas is given rise to by such references when the ideas of foreign writers are regarded as equivalent to Zoroastrian teachings. As for instance on p. 98 the writer says, much of what the Greek authors write regarding such Iranian sacrifices in antiquity has its parallels in the later Avestan texts. Some of the angels seek consecrated cooked repasts of cattle and birds as offerings from their votaries. Generally the victims used in sacrifice were horses, camels, oxen, asses, stags, sheep, and birds, if we may judge from Athenaeus 4p 145. Xerxes is said to have sacrificed 1,000 cows to the Trojan Athena, while the Magi offered at the same time libations to the manes of the heroes. When that Achaemenian monarch came to the river Strymon, the Magi offered a sacrifice of white horses, according to Herodotus. Speaking about the mode of sacrificing animals to the divinities, Herodotus tells us that the sacrificial beast was taken to a clean place by the sacrificer, who covered his head with wreaths of myrtle. When the victim was slaughtered and the pieces of meat were placed on grass, the Magi consecrated them by chanting the Entheogony. Is all this taught in the Zoroastrian scriptures? Certainly not. All this nonsense about sacrifices and killing of birds and beasts is not and has never been seen in Zoroastrian teachings. 21 Lo tu spiduliat jr. KTLKOM an invention of the Hindorian fiction writers who invent woe should not have me no things from our like no their imaging. R._PTWDY. Hi, of /o theology Jaintradu into high hook of Zoroastriac I. Swatter /y and puts them in eoalt b /ith z thingy, ir cannot. Hut rv, r.t kick /jr enthoflow of ktylf, j.t /fj by him in order to /brinr /t. Of the we info ridiulo. Main hwjn hall w.f in thf, next cfj, r / c in th / fifth, and amp, gt, t / in this row few th, jt / tnip my t tour / ht killinr / or sacrif j anir j or bird. All the idea purely bond from foreign readers fmd accepted by Elrani writers without any evidence thereto from Zoroastrian scripture writings. Here wo can see very clearly the undesirability of Ivan reference * for j foreign writers in a hook of Zoroastrian religion. This has been a defect in all Parsi writers to borrow and pt, I truth what early Greek and other writers ate about, / and amp, gt, and amp, lt, and amp, gt, trianisron, whereas the ideas given out by these have never been verified from Zoroastrian scriptures. Jalirirodatus and Beer Urjan and others were no students of Avesta and Pahlavi, and Uii were no teachers of Zoroastrian principles of holiness and rituals. His Story may be respected in so far as it enumerates the event * of the times, but history must be run down if it superpo, ide, is of its own on the teachings of a very re-jf, aid, Jainine religion like Zoroastrianism. Iot if derision of /Zoroastrian religion in one of the underlying motive * of the of Zoroastrian Jahilology, it ihro wonder if he kfl fond of suah view, of foreign writers and are evidently non-ensi, inf entre vet /m. Jerniller refer finer, to Herodotus, is j found on p 133 where the right /iwe and quote, may rell that cara.umia towfefart that, the effic to the ifindal ern /nrth, are relevine for, s in nature, and quote, enril on p, h where reiv, is s, eril no ki in an amp, lt, iok animals loli tiiksakk enian, eki 1g3 we learn from Herodotui tai tri Iversian sacrificed moon, and wines rirlg, lire, w, il and amp, lt, r, and quote, / io though on p 127 timomi. Oftris and quote, ivcrodal.2hvrl.rs l.liil, 1,1. nn, 1,1 I, ul, clary divinity we must mind bi.r in t bat idea of vth and amp, lt, I.thuranai, I.ls, irali or shedding the mood of, ui mammal or bird is not, il, I.ll of xlo, ui or own / oro / I.sl ryan, hi. Il, I, in HCCNUII upon, li dq6ading8 of certain of xlo.I, passages 9 by vvn slui.ll sur in he I, enrixi, 3, I in hr, ul foiei en liasil ori, iiis or el liri vviilrs of books. The word in, li and quote, sab / and amp, lt, v and quote, ing aein, comma. sl/ui lil.ei has em.m very wrongly used el giro, liui. UK Book of Zoroastrian Theology, because nowhere in the Vesta is uieid, I, single idei, nl kilin, I.thurim, il in high n, min of /oro, I.slji, nii, niichi, I, ik or /mumbilioi lb and amp, gt, r, e and amp, lt, r from l he, re, il, d, bjrcj, loi voin n /ilra nil, lire sl and amp, lt, and amp, gt, and quote, o, and amp, lt, od and hence the followers of Zoroastrianism and amp, lt, lro ami prezo nu and amp, lt, ioniavicidus and bjrcth as the un and tho and un, arid kuptlion as uhj mediums of eoir retratm of all till, payer thoughts direal.ed lau, I.rd, l.be, and deal mad. Aaii Thursday moon in not though only l.ul rely or 2, I.n li, I.n like divinity, for almost every one of the yazid has or does the function of protecting invoker from // .s// and amp, lt, and amp, gt, I / and amp, gt // nn-r.fi it's all evil influences. Such vague ideas quoted from Herodotus or Otlai Loredan writers 3 The Book of Zoroastrian Theology cannot add emian 1 icth of real knowledge, but may help to add, obi, same, n, tour, of, p, u, relative ideas of TJM writer himself. Np. II7 it is 4, 2 tb, I.tuhur.ui, unfum surah her / and amp, lt, /. Anlvi aii thuriali, vvi ml srmi I lira, haze tai ul, iam, l. Iran Iroan el lin I dash. A.isyrria and a. And quote, art v sir, I who I did n / ni and quote, l, is at, I the form super v, m the w, it here I.nd the l, I.ter, pi. Eden, ove I be lyre clement pronounced / on is by Herodotus, I non of to id, I in an amp, gt, a, fifche Zoroastriana I vomoy her countries bke Assyria d, and quote, Iva by I. F1 knows really the condition of ar, d, I, it the I'm, F advent of J Zoroaster and the debt which aiabi / owes to 164 the angel art v surah certainly if Zoroastrian origin trianism for its literature, it will appear quite clearly how Herodotus fondly fires off while giving his own views and vague imaginary speculations of his own. The female angel whose name gives the name to the 10th day of the month and the 8th month of the year of the Zoroastrian calendar, the Yazida in whose honor we find one of the longest yashts written in the yasht literature of the Naskibag Hanyasht the Yazida who is said to have been consulted by Ahura Mazda, and whose rituals are taught in more than one Nask has been regarded as coming from Arabia and Assyria by Herodotus. Supposing the foreign writers may have been mistaken on account of their ignorance of Avesta and Pahlavi scriptures in the original, we must say emphatically that it should have been the duty of the writer of Zoroastrian theology to have pointed out all the fallacies and mistaken, wrong, and vague notions of foreign writers about Zoroastrianism. Instead of doing so, the writer quotes simply as if admitting the truth of the references made, and this intensifies the air of ridicule and cynicism to be found throughout the book. Again on p. 140 under the heading Animal Sacrifices to Anahita, the writer says thus, end quote, Strabo relates the mode of sacrificing to the waters. The sacrificial animal, we are told, is taken to the bank of a river or a lake, a ditch is formed into which the animal is killed. The pieces of meat are then placed on myrtle or laurel, and holding tamarisk twigs in his hands, the priest pours oil mixed with honey and milk on the ground and chants the sacred formulas. Great care is taken that no drop of blood falls into the water while the animal is being immolated, nor must the mixture of oil, honey, milk be at an amp, gt, d poured into water. This precaution is taken lest the waters be denied. End quote. Such a horrid sort of ceremonial may be done by a priest other than Zoroastrian. Challenge the writer of Zoroastrian theology to point out from the extant Avesta scriptures the ideas of animal sacrifices to Artvisura or to any other angel as related by foreign writers such as Herodotus and Strabo and others. There was certainly no need of the paragraph above quoted in the book of Zoroastrian theology if the writer had false statements about animal sacrifice. Fob Hauma 165. Some nobler idea than that of public ridicule and ridicule unjustifiable of the writer's own religion. The above paragraph refers certainly to the sacrifice of animals practiced by the wild tribes, but Zoroastrianism completely abhors any such idea of manslaughter or animal slaughter. On p. 121 he says we, end quote, are told that Ahura Mazda has set apart for Hauma as his share in the sacrifice the jawbone, the tongue, and the left eye of the immolated animal. In general this is also in accordance with the statement of Herodotus regarding the Persian acts of sacrifice in worship. End quote. The attitude of the writer is seen very clearly here. He wants to show that the system of animal slaughter has been taught in the Avesta by absurd and entirely wrong translations, and if Herodotus supports the ideas invented by the writer, these ideas therefore must be doubly Avestic. Challenge the writer to prove what he says about the sacrifices reserved for Hauma from any of the extant Avesta texts. If the ideas of Herodotus are pleasing and suitably acceptable to the writer of Zoroastrian theology, it does not logically follow therefore that those ideas have been taught in the Avesta. In fact, Herodotus an alien is no more an authority with reference to the exposition of Zoroastrianism than Macaulay, though a Christian, as historian of England with respect to the explanation of Christianity. Similar instances of foreign authority may be multiplied, but we shall not elaborate this main head of the review. On p. 181 he says we, end quote, learn from Diogenes, on the authority of Theopompus and Eudemus, that the classical authors were familiar with the Magian doctrine of the millennium and the final restoration of the world as early as in the 4th century BC. Plutarch draws his materials on this millennial doctrine from Theopompus. End quote. This reference made here throws in fact no light on the subject of renovation from the Zoroastrian standpoint. It is only on 166 no Greek, Indian, or Arabic influence on Zoroastrianism. Account of the fondness shown by the writer for introducing references from foreign writers that such redundant citations are to be found in the book. The writer is so much fascinated with foreign influence on Zoroastrianism that he points out Greek and Indian influence in several Persian works of Zoroastrianism. He says on p. 314 among, end quote, the more important works that have thus come down to us are Jamikai Kishru, Makashefati Kibani, Kishtab, Zaredesht Afshar, and Zindarud. The authors of the last three allege that their works are translations, into Persian from the original Pahlavi books written in the days of the Sasanian kings Hormuz and Khusro-Parviz. A search through the literary contents of these writings, however, shows that their philosophical dissertations mostly reproduce the teachings of Greek philosophy, current in India in the 17th century through its Arabic version. End quote. We cannot say too much in favor of these books for they are written in Persian, hence we cannot speak of them as emphatically as of the Avesta scriptures. Still, if we give credit to the deposition made by the authors of these books that they were Persian versions of some Pahlavi books now lost to us, which may in their turn have been versions of some Avesta texts out of the 21 Nasks, we must pay due attention to these books also. They are books which inculcate very deep ancient Persian system of mystic philosophy which is quite beyond the scope of the ordinary student of philosophy, theology, or philology. Since these are said to have been translations from original Pahlavi works, we have reasons to believe them to be of Zoroastrian origin. This is certainly seen by those who have gone through these books without any preconceived ideas pro or con these books, that there is nothing in them which goes diametrically opposite to the rules and teachings that are found even in the extant Avesta writings. We are at a loss to understand why these books of original Persian mystic philosophy are depreciated and run down by the philological students of the Avesta. The writer of Zoroastrian theology finds in these Persian books, the teachings of Greek and philosophy, through also, its Arabic version, supposing Persian books on Zoroastrian philosophy Pahlavi origin. 167 For argument's sake that these Persian books expound systems of Greek philosophy, may we ask the writer of Zoroastrian theology about the origin of Greek philosophy, and Arabic philosophy. That the Greek and the Arabic philosophies owe much to ancient Persian and Zoroastrian knowledge of the 21 Nasks is a fact as clear as daylight. Plato, Pythagoras, and Aristotle had for their own philosophy the ideas borrowed from ancient Persian philosophy as their basis, hence what is taught in those Persian books and what seems at first sight to be Greek philosophy proves itself to be originally Zoroastrian, even if we grant that the Persians wrote from Greek philosophical books which owed much to Zoroastrian teachings. But such a reservation cannot even be made by us, since the writers of those Persian books say emphatically that they are translations from some Pahlavi writings. With reference to the so-called Greek influence in the Persian books of mysticism, the writer of Zoroastrian theology is intolerant, whereas we have already seen that he is fond of referring to other Greek writers and giving their absolutely nonsensical ideas on the subject of animal sacrifices, etc., in support of his own views. Is this not wonderful when we seriously think of the writer's situation with regard to Greek influence on Zoroastrian literature? Similar ideas of Indian and Greek influence have been given on p. 358, where the writer says, religion and philosophy did not proceed hand in hand in Iran. Indian and Greek philosophies were not unknown to the Iranians, for there was a constant interchange of ideas between Persia on one side and India and Greece on the other, as ever since the days of Pythagoras Greek and Indian philosophers frequented the Persian court, but we do not find any systematic attempt at interpreting the Zoroastrian religion in the light of such philosophies. Here the writer seems to believe that there was practically no influence on the Zoroastrian teachings made by Indian and Greek philosophies, though the later kings of Persia allowed philosophical debates among Indian, Greek, and Persian philosophers at their courts. Cannot understand what the writer means by 168 Pahlavi and Persian writers for more reliable than English. Saying that in Iran religion and philosophy did not go hand in hand. Does he imply that there is no philosophy at all in the religion taught by Zoroaster, or does he mean to say that the Zoroastrian religion did not accept Greek or Indian philosophy and make it its own? The whole paragraph certainly implies that the Zoroastrian teachings were not affiated at all by Greek or Indian philosophies, though philosophical discussions and exchange of ideas in debate were allowed at the Persian court. Thus we cannot clearly make out what the writer means to say about Greek influence on Zoroastrianism, for at one time he is fond of quoting unreliable authors like Herodotus and others in support of his own favorite ideas. At another time he speaks against the Greek influence of mysticism in later Persian books, which are in fact derived from the Pahlavi basis, and again he says that Zoroastrianism was not explained in the light of Greek or Indian philosophies, that is to say, that there was no Greek influence on Zoroastrian Avesta scriptures. If one believes in the genuine existence of 21 Nasks given by the prophet, one can in a moment declare that no Greek nor any other influence is to be found in all the extant Avesta scriptures. We can say this emphatically so far as the Avestan scripture writings are concerned, and we leave it to the exhaustive student of Zoroastrianism to judge how much of some of later Pahlavi and Persian writings can be culled out as purely pristine Zoroastrian teachings, though here also we must not doubt a Pahlavi writer if he solemnly declares that his source is Avestan, nor should we in the least doubt the veracity of a Persian writer, if he professes to write from the authority of some Pahlavi. Source. In fact, much of Pahlavi and Persian Zoroastrian literature is far more approximate to the original Zoroastrian teachings than some English and Gujarati books on Zoroastrianism containing mere imaginary speculative ideas of the writers, e.g. the Book of Zoroastrian Theology under review. For the writer of Zoroastrian theology himself says on pxxxi of introduction, though, Pahlavi had replaced Avestan, the early works written in the ancient language had not yet ceased to influence the Pahlavi exertion and destiny and originally Zoroastrian law 169 writers. In fact, some of the most important of the Pahlavi works are either versions of Avestan works now lost to us, or draw their thought from the Avestan sources. Thus the Pahlavi Bundashn is the epitome of the Avestan Damdad Nask, subsequently lost. Similarly, not a few of the Pahlavi works written 2 or 3 centuries after the conquest of Persia by the Arabs tenaciously preserve the tradition handed down by Sasanian Persia. This is all right. But he goes further and points out again Muslim influence in Zoroastrianism. On the same page he says the Menachikrat, for example, betrays Muslim influence when it preaches fatalism, but is otherwise faithfully voicing the sentiments of the Orthodox Sasanian Church. The writer's judgment of Menachikrat is quite erroneous, for in fact no fatalism is preached in that book. There the law of exertion, Pahlavi Kdr, and destiny, Pahlavi Balcht, determined by the fruits of exertion as taught in the Geothic law of or Pashiajet action with its reaction is referred to. Whatever the Muslim belief about fatalism may be, this is certain that Zoroastrianism preaches the law of exertion and destiny, the interrelation of past, present and future in the words of the writer himself as on p. 149. Each generation is the future, product of the past and parent of the law of cause and effect, as in the words of the writer on p. 154. Bagha or dispenser plays an insignificant part as fate personified in the younger Avesta, although this personification becomes more pronounced as the personification of fate in the later Pahlavi period. There is however a solitary passage in the Vendidad, and it may be late, which tells us that a man who is drowned in water or burnt by fire is not killed by water or fire, but by fate. And finally the mutual indissoluble connection between fate and exertion in the words of the writer on p. 207, both